everyone, this is North Shore Preparedness coming to you from the beautiful shores of Lake... Wait a second. I'm actually on my couch right now. Never mind. I'm a few miles from the shore. Yeah. I'm not really on the shore right now. Gene, hello. Good evening. How are you? I thought I'd do this late night impromptu, just because I finished getting out of like 8 hours worth of live streams I was on, and live chats and this and that, and I was like, wow, okay, I'm done, you know. So I thought I'd just come up and say hi and see who's up, and just like do a all of a sudden non-scheduled type thing. Yeah, everything's good with me. Everything's good with you. That's good, Gene. That's good to hear. Very, very good. I hope you had a very nice day, and I hope that you're well and safe. Dale, there you are. How you doing, Dale? Welcome. Count sheep. Nose pecking. Count sheep. What do you mean? Would I not need to know how to count in order to count sheep? Some of you expect too much of me, Nose. Expecting I can count and such. Thank you, Gene. Good to hear, Dale. Any interesting news from the live streams? Well, I was over on Raspberry Rock live stream. They have a Books Fest on Friday evenings, and it's basically everyone sits around and drinks, and they have a disco ball, and they play music and answer questions. And what did take place that was interesting on Raspberry Rock's live stream was that Mallory from Quebec Homestead, I'm not sure if any of you guys know either of those channels. If you don't know either of them, check them out. Mallory had a feature little film played on Raspberry Rock's live stream tonight, so it was pretty cool. If you guys don't know it, go check it out, or check the replay, or nose picking. Yeah, I got fingers and toes. They're all over the place. Some of them hurt, and some of them are banged up, and yeah, Mal's got a good channel there, Gene. Did you see her potato harvest video? It was freaking... Did you see the size of those potatoes? Wasn't that ridiculous? It was ridiculous. She grew amazing potatoes. Just unbelievable. So, like I'm doing potatoes in buckets, which is fine in a little apartment garden bucket type thing. But, Gene, go check out her potato harvest video. It was a premiere, I believe, as it's called. So she has harvested red potatoes. They were like the size of her head, just about. They're huge. I couldn't believe it. Massive success there with whatever she's doing. So if any of you guys are also growing potatoes, go check out what Mal did to grow her potatoes over on Quebec Homestead, because she knocked it out of the park. Oh, you did, Dean? Oh, okay. Yeah, Dale, those potatoes were ridiculous. Okay, there you go, nose picking. Do you know what? I just chopped it off tonight, and it's still hanging in the kitchen. I'm going to leave it there for probably a week at least, with the fan on it, to dry it out. And over that time, I'll trim out what's there. And hey, Marla, great to see you here. Um, I'll trim it up, and if there's any decent trim, like it's only one plant, so there's not going to be tons of it, but I might make butter or something like that. So Indiana, Roger, brother or sister, welcome to the chat. What's up? Nothing's up. You know what? I was just finishing up a whole bunch of live streams tonight, and found a bit of downtime, which I really don't have a lot of, and I thought I'd just jump up and see who's out there and use a heater. There's lots of heat in the house. Knows there's no need for that. I like to try and do it a little bit naturally, like a good steady nose. I don't know where you are, but we'll just say the temperature range I like to use is sort of in the 25 or kind of 75 range, and just a good steady breeze going over it, just to help dry it out. And along the while I'll trim it out and see how those buds curl up. So hey Eric, you missed Ed's live. That's all right. Well, welcome to this one. It's good to see you here. Thank you for coming. Now you're craving homemade French fries. Well, you know what? Yeah, Mal made such huge potatoes. You'd have French fries like that long, huge. Oh, French fries with vinegar and salt. Yeah, I'm gonna get some tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Well, it's pretty cool here too. Nose. Yeah, we're looking at sort of around 40 tonight, which is why I chopped the plant. So, really, Marla? Okay. I'll look into that. I'm so lagging. Like I've got to make emails over there so I can get my the face bib or whatever that's called, a gator. Like I'm horrible at doing emails, and like I try to respond to all chat, but sometimes I produce a lot of videos, so there's tons and tons of chat and responses. And I try to get to all of them. Honestly, guys, I really do. But sometimes I need 3-4 days off, and when there's a whole bunch of comments on there, I apologize if I don't get to all of them. I really do. Like one of my things is I try to respond to every comment, or if it comes a point where I can't and I'm just too busy, I'll read them and I'll hit like a heart or a thumbs up just to let you guys know that I've looked at them and read them. So Harlem, Mark, welcome. How you doing down there in Harlem, Mark? Harlem Valley. You all right? Cast iron pan with peanut oil. Yeah, Denise, for sure. 71 in Florida? Nice. 50 in Georgia. Well, you should be loving that, shouldn't you? Nice, nice break from the weather, or 63 in Florida there. Okay. All right, yeah, you guys chat amongst yourselves. That's cool. I love when that happens. 60 at the moment in Mississauga. Mississippi, sorry. 60's fair. I went to work this morning and it was 41. and I'm a drywall taper, okay? So none of my stuff was dry from yesterday, and we were supposed to sand this house out today. And the builder comes to us and says, "Oh, are you sanding today?" I'm like, "Well, yeah, that's the goal." And he's like, "Well, is it dry?" And I said, "No." He says, "Well, if you sand it while it's wet, will it ruin it?" And I said, "No. Provide some freaking heat, you know." It's not because I'm cold. When I work, even at these temperatures, I'm sweating. Hey, Grace. Welcome. Good to see you. But it's about the builder's final product, right? I'm trying to do him a service, but there needs to be a two-way relationship, right? I have a responsibility to do my job, and he's got a responsibility to provide a minimum requirable, acceptable condition in order to execute that job correctly, right? So I told him to frame a $100 bill, put it in a picture frame, mount it on the wall in front of his desk. And I said, okay, so for the $100 that you saved in propane to not finish your job, when you're sitting at your desk and you realize the problems that you have from the mistakes that you made, I want you to look at that $100 bill and ask yourself, is it worth saving $100 to create those problems for yourself, or to sell your own reputation for $100? He's a good builder, quality homes too, very, very nice homes. And I just told him, I'm the kind of guy that I don't take crap from site supervisors. I'll send the builder himself, the owner, go get coffee. I'll tell him to go get coffee, and not that crappy kind either. Go to Tim Hortons or McDonald's and get the good stuff, not that freaking crappy stuff that you buy for people that you think, you want to make them think you like them. Go get the good stuff. And they go out and they get it. Do Canadians still use Robertson screws on decking? Decking, yes, Mark Olson. Drywall, no. Drywall, we use number 2 Phillips head screw bits and screws. Hey, Florida, how you doing? Good to see you. Let me just catch up on the chat a little bit here, guys. Grace, yeah, welcome. Yeah, gonna get cool, Marla, for sure. No, I haven't figured all that out yet. They're nose picking. Mal and I from Quebec Homestead, we're gonna get together and smash that out here in the very near future. So, hey, Libby. Yeah, there was lots. I've been on live chats since 5 p.m. when I got home, and it is now 12:26. So, some of them was duty, like over on Ed's place, Ed's stream. That's I'm not over there, so that's kind of my job, and I'm happy to do it. So that's part of the lives. So I gotta get out of some of the lives that I'm into earlier, get to Ed's, do my duty, and then I can get out of it, and then get into some other live streams that I'm looking forward to, and then finish that up, and then like sometimes I have some free time. They postponed your layoff, Eric, and you're not happy about it. Why are you not happy about that, Eric? Can you please explain a little bit more about that? How's everyone doing anyways? I hope everyone's well. If you're good, put a 1 That's not a 1. That's a 1. Put a 1 for a thumbs, for we're good. And, you know, 3 days. Ooh, ouch. Yeah, that's hard, Mark. Yeah, 3 days. You need to look for something else. You can't live on that. Well, make a move, Eric. That's all I can say. You know, you got to be proactive about it. You can't just wait for, you know, sometimes we can let life dictate what we're gonna do, and you know, let it steer us. But other times we need to be proactive and make the change ourselves. And I understand it's freaking scary to do, right? So, um, you know, uh, you got to do what you got to do, brother. Type with your nose. Your nose picking. Hey, do you know what? This is a question that popped into my nose picking. This is a question I have for you. This is a question that popped into my mind a couple of weeks ago, and you know, like I've seen you around. I've seen you all over the place, and um, I've seen you on other smaller chats and channels, and they're like, nose picking. Is that guy okay? Or was like, yeah, nose is okay, right? Um, you know, because there's trolls, and sometimes trolls have funny names, and I obviously know you're not a troll, so I share that with other people. But you know, I was considering your name. I was at work, working away, troweling away on a ceiling or a wall or whatever, and I was thinking about your name and nose picking, nose picking. I thought, okay, well, it's not like nose picking. It's like nose picking. So my question for you, nose picking, is: do you play the guitar or a banjo or something like that? That's my suspicion about what's going on behind your name. And that's just how my brain thinks. I analyze people's names, okay? Um, I get a lot of comments and stuff like that, but I do take time to notice everything. I try to, at least. So, you know, if I don't happen to see everything, um, you know, I apologize in advance, because as that sucks, Eric. You're a reseller. Oh, I see. So you know picking. All right. I'm a bit of a picker too, you know, like not items for resale, but well, I can do that too, flip stuff and make money. But you know, like I've got an eye for things too, so that's cool. That's interesting to know. Nose picking, eBay. Okay, gotcha. Libby, good question. Okay, good question, and I can only answer the last part of it, and I will do that in just a minute. I got something in my eye here. I just need to rub out, but I will get to that. And you know, there's a big difference between what's going on up here north of the 49th and what's going on down there. Um, so let me reread your question, Libby, once I get my eyeball worked out. And White House wants Tennessee to mandate that. Why Tennessee? and not every other state. And what about Canada? Okay, all right, Libby. What's going on in Canada is you are not allowed to go into any store without a mask on. There are limits on the number of people allowed in the store at any given time. There are directional arrows on the aisles. You have to walk up and down and follow those. So if you walk up and down the maze and you get over to the frozen section and you forgot something over in produce, you gotta maze your way back to the produce to get the thing, to maze your way back into the middle to get to the cash. So yeah, nobody's allowed in the store if you don't have a mask on. It's mandated. Lineups outside grocery stores. I was in a lineup 12 deep waiting outside the grocery store, Libby, the other day to get inside in the rain, in the cold and rain. So that's what's going on up here. The numbers are actually increasing a little bit. We see people walking down the road with a mask on, or driving in a car by themselves with a mask on. Like, okay, if it's mandated up here, you need a mask to go in the grocery store. Okay, I'll put the freaking mask on so I can get my groceries on, right? But when I come out of the grocery store, the mask comes off, right? I'm not wearing it in my car, type of deal, or walking down the street, right? Blazing Saddles. Well, yeah, the arrows drive a lot of people nuts. And you know what? To be honest with you, Mark, it confuses a lot of people. A lot of people don't pay attention to them. And some people are upset by it, and other people don't pay it any attention. So, it's... I understand how they're trying to do what they're trying to do, but I also believe they don't really know what they're trying to do. They're just trying to understand what they're being told to do. You know what I mean? Walmart in New York took the arrows off the floor. Okay. Only allow 4 inside, line of 10 outside. Okay. Eric, I'm just reading your comment here. Picked up military clothing and accessories back in June. Going to do a couple of flea markets for back to work in July. Call back early. Okay. No mask mandate for you there yet, Marla, except for in the doctor's office or the hospital. Where did you say you are again, please, Marla? Yeah, Mississippi. Okay. Well, it's different in different states, I'll tell you. I mean, because, I've got subscribers all over down in through the states and through Texas and Louisiana and like up and through New York and Washington, wherever else, right? And there's different things going on all in different places. Like you can't get near a hospital without a mask on. Masked people will come out, escort you in, and you're the only one in there besides, those medical professionals. So, Mark, yeah, that's correct. And I would also expect 3 waves, which is exactly what I predicted back in November, almost a year ago this time. So, people asked me how long this would go on. I said, They came out with this 2-week lockdown thing, right? That's a bunch of pucky. 2 weeks and it's all going to be over. They said 2 weeks because 2 weeks is what the brain can mentally process. Oh, okay, a 2-week staycation and everything's going to be jiffy. All right, that's the government covering their butt and trying not to make the people panic, right? But when I saw this thing coming around, people asked me, I said 18 months minimum. And it'll go beyond that for sure. But yes, Mark Olson, absolutely. Okay, Marla, so you don't have to submit to that. That's okay. 38 states increased cases. Okay, you want to talk about increased cases, Libby, here? All right, I'll give you the situation here in Ontario. All right, like about, a month and a half ago, here in Ontario, the province of Ontario, Canada, we had sort of 100 new cases daily. All right. We're talking not longer than a month and a half ago, okay? Now it's 750 new daily. So that's how it's growing up here. Even with all those restrictions, you got to stay 6 feet apart. Everything, you go into the grocery store, you spray down the carts, you wash it all down. You do your hand sanitizer, you got your mask on, you go in the grocery store with your mask on. I'm getting sick of this mask business. Like, maybe it's working or maybe it's not. I don't know. But I'm getting freaking tired of it. Up here, they mandated you can only hang out with people within your own household. I couldn't go see my folks on Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? I had to settle for a frickin' phone call. So, like as prepared as I am, and as far as I saw this coming and saw how far it's going, I'm starting to get very, very tired of it. Very tired. You know what? Sorry, I'm ranting on and I'm missing a ton of the chat. I'm sorry. I'm just, somebody set me off on a little tangent there. Hope somebody kicked me a soapbox. I'm going to read a bit of the chat here, guys. So just give me a break here and don't bust my chops here for a second. That sucks, Eric. Libby, okay. Yeah, in the rural areas it's more relaxed for sure because far less possibility of the spread, like, far less people too, right? So who knows, Gene? Maybe it was a little bit more relaxed back then. They saw all the people getting sick and dying, and they just decided, well, let's stick a diaper on our face, so maybe it'll help protect us. And they got through it, obviously, right, Gene? So I think they opened up things too quickly as well, Libby, and like they shut things down here in September, or sorry, in March, and they starting to come late June, July, they started talking about opening up schools again for September, and I instantly said, that's way too quick. We're not ready for that. It's not the right time to do that. It's too soon, right? Mark, your grandmother survived the 1918 flu? That's freaking awesome, brother. If she didn't, you wouldn't be here. So it's good to see you. It's a personal preference on the mask. As far as it goes here, Marla, it's required in any store. If you don't have a mask, you're not going in. It's that simple. You know, you can hate the decision of that or whatever. But if you want a head of lettuce or a loaf of bread, you put the mask on. You stand in line before you go to the store. Do you know what? I'm actually going to take my camera out and I'm going to go to the mall where the grocery store is. I'll do a walk through the mall and I'll go in the grocery store and I'll show you guys what it's like. Okay? As long as the lineup isn't, more than 15 minutes that my camera will shoot, but if we don't stand for our rights, it can go for years. Okay, South Florida. That's a comment or a statement that I will address, and I'll pay attention to it, and I'll be sensitive to it, to both American and Canadian idealisms. Okay, if you don't stand for your rights, it can go for years. All right, you know what I think, South? I think because you stand up strongly for your rights, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying people don't have rights or people's rights are not founded. I believe everyone has rights, and yes, we should adhere to our rights and stick up for them and stand for them. However, if we stand up for them too strongly, if we don't stand up for our rights, it can go on for years. If you do stand up for your rights too strongly, it may go on for many more years. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like there's riots and protests and things like that happening down in the U.S. And that's okay. That's all good. That's safe. Can't get sick there. They're okay, go ahead. Yeah, have your riots and protests. Okay, yeah, all right. We'll let that happen. But look at the difference in numbers between south of 49 and north of 49. It's 10 times per capita. All right. So I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just making people aware of that. So, I believe we need to stand for our rights, for sure. In certain times, if we do stand for our rights and stand up too strongly for them, maybe it can go on for more years than it needs to, is the point I'm trying to make, okay? But I really appreciate that comment. That's a very, very interesting comment and great duality to it as well. Thank you. Thank you for that. Let me just get caught up on the chat here, guys. Whoa, wait a second. The chat really bounced. I see Mr. Rose. Hello. Sorry I'm late. Hey, Les. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, no mask, no service. That's what it is. Yeah. Sorry about my rant there, guys. My chat got a little bit frozen up addressing I think one of Mark's, Eric or Mark, addressing a comment. Sorry about that. Good to see you, Mr. Rose. I hope you are well. I hope you and your family are well. My prayers go out to you. You would make a good mod, Rose. Mr. Rose, cheers to you then. Do you feel like working? Eric, you need my opinion. Been thinking about doing a YouTube channel for your woodworking. Eric, why haven't you done it yet? That's my opinion. Get on it. This is what I make all my videos on. It's a cheap DSLR Canon Rebel I got used for a couple of $100, and that's what I make all my videos on. You guys are way more advanced than me, so you all just use your phone or whatever, right? So, why aren't you doing it? Yeah, go ahead and do it. Film everything. Make videos of whatever you're doing. Post it. Absolutely. Yes. Eric, yeah, don't wait to do it. Get on it. Any thoughts? Any thoughts? Yes. Okay, I do have some thoughts for you. Don't get too worked up in editing or making it really fancy or anything like that. Go ahead and splice sections of vids together. Because some projects will take 2 weeks to make, right? So take a 2-minute vid of this, and a 2-minute vid of that, and a 2-minute vid of this, and splice them all together, okay? Do that, but don't edit it anything more than that. Just keep it real. Don't do anything more than you need to. Just keep it real, put it out there, and, if it's decent content, people will watch, okay? So I hope that helps you, Eric. Yeah, do it. Go ahead. I'd love to see what you're doing on video, with woodworking. Woodworking, I've always had sort of a romantic ideology of that because it's, the craftsmanship is so awesome and fantastic, and, it kind of fuels my love of antiques and things like that. But the people who can actually do it are freaking awesome. Les, you're doing good with your phone. I'm telling you. Well, I appreciate that, Mark. I try and keep it relaxed. I am a prepping channel, but I don't do. You do leather work, Les? Bang some vids out just with your phone. You don't need anything fancy. It's all good. I try and put out videos that are informative, and relaxed. There's enough terror out there that I don't need to sell it. You guys have already been sold the terror. And to be honest with you, I've got nothing to sell on the terror market. I don't want to scare anybody. Everyone's already scared enough, right? I want to chill people out and show them how to prep so that they can calm down, and bring a little peace to their life. Not keep them all amped up, If you don't use them, you lose them. You're right. Well, you're right about that. Florida. But if you, on the other side of the coin, okay, now there's a coin that you just flipped, all right? If you don't use them, you lose them. That's a coin toss. Is it going to land on the side of you, or are you going to use those rights and they'll kill you? So, I'm not trying to tell anyone what to do or suggest what they should do or anything like that. I'm just suggesting different ideologies regarding the same coin, Florida. If you don't use them, you lose them. I agree. However, should you discern when you should use them and not use them? I mean, and the answer to that is for you to make, not for me, right? What are you canning there tomorrow, Les? Your okra coming in? Eric, here's your stick. Keep doing that. Film it, and start selling it on online. And then don't ever have a job again, right? Seriously. This is great. I love to see people interacting in this in the chat. No, I get Second Amendment for sure. And you know what? To be honest with you, all right, I'm a Canadian. And I'm pro Second Amendment. You know what I mean? Like, do I have a gun? No. Right? Can we have guns in Canada? No. Right? So, just, just think about the idea that all the answers aren't black and white. They aren't hard yes and hard no, right? Sometimes there's a no in there. I said that to the guy that owns the company I work for today. He's like, is this going to wreck the job if you stand it today? And I said, no. So, read between the lines a little bit. Northern Girl, what the fuck? What TF what? Can you explain yourself on your what TF comment, please? And welcome, by the way, Northern Girl. Can folks in New York have guns? No. Why do I say no? I'm not sure who you're talking to, Northern Girl. I'm in Canada, so guns are like a completely 5% issue. With Americans, it's a 100% issue, and Canadians, it's like a 5% issue. So there's not really a whole lot we can talk about it up here, and they're really hard to get and expensive and loopholes to jump through, and it's crazy. Store your firearms in this locked with locked triggers. Store your ammunition over there in that other locked safe. It's messed, Northern Girl, really, to be honest. Pressure canning, Mark Olson. I'm not sure who you're can folks in New York. Pressure canning guns. What are you talking about, Mark? Who are you talking to? Oh yeah, down there, Les. Yeah, you guys are all good. Like open carry and all that. Huh. Brandish put a pistol on your hip up here and walk down the street, and they might not shoot you because Canadians are pretty polite, even the police sometimes. but you're sure getting arrested. Yeah, Northern Girl, you're right about that. He did a bunch of things about long rifles and shit like that for sure. Um, hey, Northern Girl, do you remember back Bill C5 or C7 C17? With the long rifle registration up here, and what a massive failure that was. You all good, Rose? Wait a second. You know what? Let me fix something here. Yeah, I think I got that fixed. All right, let me just catch up on the chat here. For pepper spray. Yeah, we don't have any pepper spray, right? Bear spray? Nope. No, I don't have any. Yeah, sure is, Northern Girl. Yeah. I totally get that, Florida. Totally get it. Wish we had the same relaxed aspect on our rights up here too. Yeah, losing our rights for sure, and it's going to happen. Doesn't matter where you are, it will continue to happen. Uh, I think so, Mr. Rose. I just brought my plants in, and I think a fly or two might have come in with them. Nah, Hawaii, you don't freeze the cans of beer and throw them. What you do is you make a potato cannon, you freeze those cans of beer, and then you set those into the potato cannon, and then you launch those out of the potato cannon. Yeah, that's how it's done. But awesome suggestion, Hawaii. Good to see you in the chat this evening. It's lovely to see you. How are you? I hope you're well. I think so, Mr. Rose. I think so. Yeah. You don't lose, you lose. It's nice to see you here, Mr. Rose. Yeah, you know what, Scrappy? I got no idea what's going on either. What the mandates are, because they change from frickin' day to day. You know? Oh yeah, yeah. You'll have pepper spray then, Northern Girl. Northern Girl, whereabouts are you in Canada? Yeah, in general. Just like I don't want your frickin' address or anything like that. How you doing, Scrappy? Frosting the pumpkins. Glad I brought my. I harvested my cannabis today. I heard a report out of northern Michigan. They had a real hard frost, so. All right, well, welcome, fellow Ontario girl. Yeah, cold, Libby. Yeah, so I brought the cannabis in, harvested that. It's hanging in the kitchen right now. It frickin' stinks in here. How are you dehydrating those, Scrappy? You got them in a dehydrator, or are you doing it over a wood stove, or like there's lots of ways to do it, right? Or in the oven, for that matter. Cool, Scrappy. What's wrong with Papa Tom? Ha ha ha! Well, what do you think, Mr. Rose? I just mailed some whiskey to Mallory up in Quebec. You think they'd let a pot of mustard over the border? I don't know, man. Yeah, wood stove for sure. Northern girl, absolutely. I got mustard for you, Rose. It's not like I don't. It's just like, do you think? There's a good question, Mark. Interested to see the answer to that. You think they'd let that over the border, Mr. Rose? No, I don't think they would let any food product whatsoever go over the border. Oh, thank you, Libby. Let me ask you guys this, okay? This is a question I asked on, like, as I've explained, I've been on many, many lives this evening since like 5 o'clock. So I've talked to a lot of people, but I'd like to have your guys' feedback. And I want to see the difference on the feedback between Americans and Canadians. But I'd like the feedback of both, because up here and actually in some states, where Mr. Rose lives, I believe cannabis is legal. So, and you know what? There's in the places where it's not legal, there's still a big stigma attached to it. But in a lot of places, like here in Canada, it's legal. Like, I'm in a small town, and just uptown in the downtown, there is a pot shop that has just opened, and it sits right beside the storefront of our local member of parliament. Okay, so like, it's legal. Okay, but what I want to know from you guys is, do you think it would hurt my channel or viewership if I posted videos of cannabis or how to process it into gummy worms or anything like that? That's a question I have for you guys, and I would really appreciate your input, be it American or Canadian, American legal state, American illegal state, American stigma mind, whichever. I would like your input. Well, that's quite all right, Eric, but I'd still like your don't do it nose. You quit everything, Eric. Yes, what, South? Mark, it would depend on how I word the titles, probably. I agree with you, Mr. Rose, on all points, wholeheartedly. Well, I wouldn't want to separate my channel, but I also wouldn't want to lose subscribers by doing it, because, you know, there's a lot of people out there who are definitely anti-cannabis. It's a medicine, you know, and I've used it. A lot of people have used it to get off prescription meds like oxys and stuff like that that'll kill your liver and such. You eat it, doesn't hurt your lungs, on and on. Maybe Scrappy, I don't know. It's just, this is, I'm trying to field test this on as many sort of outreaches as I possibly can. So you did Northern Girl and you regret it? You put out cannabis videos? It's not federally legal and people can still get busted. Not here in Canada, Scrappy. It's legal. We're allowed to grow 4 plants per household in our yard. I grew one. I harvested it. It's hanging in my kitchen right now. Yeah, that's it. All right. Thank you, Scrappy. That's yeah. Yeah, I need to do much more research before I go ahead and, if you make those videos, wear a mask. I don't need to wear a mask, like, because I don't have a mask in any of my other videos. So if I did wear a mask in one of my videos, they could just go to another video and see what I look like without a mask on. But it's not about the mask. It's about, will the cannabis hurt my either YouTube acceptability or viewership? That's the question I'm asking you guys. Oh, you could grow 6 if you had the medical license. No license required here. We're just allowed to do it. So I grew, like, I originally I bought 3 plants. I culled one because I thought it turned male. One died from iron deficiency. I was able to save one. And the one that I did save, I think it's produced about close to a ½ pound, which will serve all of my needs because I hardly ever touch it, and I just use it to, you know, make gummies and help other people out. Okay, so Florida says Florida is coming around and with the legality of medicinal. That's cool. Oh yeah, grow 4. It's legal, right, North? See, that's the thing too, Mark. It's all about what's in the title of the video and what you show in it. If you show I'm a pot, if you title it I'm a pothead and you show a cannabis leaf as your you know, the big picture that everyone sees, obviously that's going to be up for some scrutiny. You know, if it says making medicinal gummy worms and you don't show any cannabis, might be a different thing, right? I don't need a mask for anonymity. If I put the video up, it's attached to my channel anyways, and obviously I don't have a mask on here, so they could link it to, they can get my mugshot in any way, right? But get your finger out of your nose picking. No, I'm not going to do a cannabis brownie giveaway. Mmm. Hawaii, yes. That's apparently, I understand that's a thing down in the States. If you have a medical marijuana license, you are prohibited from carrying firearms and things like that. I don't know that that's verbatim. Please let me know in the chat if that's the case and how that's affected. Speaking of the chat, you guys just give me a little bit of a break here. I got to catch up on some of it because I've been rambling on here. What's that link for there, Les? Cannabis brownie giveaway. I make good ones, but not fantastic ones, so. Yeah, raise your home. Yeah, leaves and sticks, scrappy, yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of people who are interested, and it isn't. Wolfang, welcome. I've been busy rambling on here. I didn't see you there. Welcome, Wolf. Good to see you. Libby, yeah, I do prepping and gardening and cooking vids, and medicine, natural medicine, is part of prepping. It's part of life, right? And if the S does hit the fan, who's going to need pain meds after? Everyone will, right? So it's important to know how to do that. But I'm just worried about the scrutiny I'll receive from YouTube or possibly losing subscribers. But I don't know. Well, there's not a shocker, Les. YouTube does strange things, I hear. I'm sorry if I missed any comments. Mr. Rose, what did you offer days ago? Oh, you're not in the mood anymore? What? If anyone doesn't know Lone Star Pioneering, that's Les. He's a awesome guy, great channel. He's pioneering right out of an RV and doing good things. Man, he's got more chickens. I wish I had as many chickens. I haven't got any chickens. Well, I did offer you mod days ago, Mr. Rose. Yes, I did. But it was your birthday, and I didn't want to make you work on your birthday. I gave you the day off. All right then, Mr. Rose, you're working double time. Put up another YouTube name, and I'll make that a mod as well. I'm just kidding with you, Mr. Rose. What's going on, Texas? I'm good, Wolf. How are you? Mr. Rose, you should get your butt up here and we should barbecue. Like, seriously, light a grill and get it hot. You know what I mean? I can get one hot on this side because I got a balcony there. My propane grill is out there, and over there on the other side is my smoker. Right? Kooks? No kooks or cooks? Everybody got to cook. But many are kooks. Low and slow. Depends what it is, Wolf. But I agree with you. Probably 75% on that. You know what, Mr. Rose? As soon as the border loosens up, you're in the you're in the same province, state as my brother, and I haven't seen my brother in 30 years. Okay, if you don't think I'm not going to find my way down there, or vice versa, you know what? Once that border opens, all right. You know what, Wolf? It also depends on smoking or grilling. If you're grilling something like a steak, you want that mother hot. You want it as hot as you can get it, right? Mark, you're in Kingston. I did my trades training there in the military. Yeah, nothing like a wolf, right? Yeah, we can meet at a park. Sure, it doesn't matter. I got a yard here. Lots of space to sit down. Yeah, depends what you're grilling, what you're cooking. Like, you know, I could smoke some chicken wings. I can cook some chicken wings on the gas grill, and I will do them low and slow anyways, just because I'm polite. Um, but you could also throw them on a charcoal smoker. You'd have to do them low and slow as well. Wings aren't something you want to do fast. A steak, nice steak, you want that mother as hot as you can get it. Corn on the cob grilled, yeah, that would take a little while for sure. You don't want to do that too hot. Yeah. Now on corn on the cob. Thanks, Wolf. Bravo, brother. Huck some milk bone up the hall. That should distract Wolf for a bit. Sorry, Wolf. Oh yeah, sear the steak hard. You know, and every steak is different. That's the thing. That's the beauty about steaks. They're all different. You know, you get all your different cuts, and like we all prefer our own certain cuts. Anyone who loves beef, right? But they're all cut different thickness, right? So you got to treat them different. Once they get so thick, once they get over sort of an inch and a half, inch and three quarter, you almost got to start to treat it like a roast. And that's tricky on a grill. You got to really, yeah, Texas ribeyes for sure, perfect for that. Um, but you better know your shit when you're doing it, because otherwise it's a frickin' hockey puck, right? So yeah, Mark, for sure. Yeah, you got to have charcoal. I don't know. Do you know your meat, Mr. Rose? I don't know your meat. I'm not sure I want to be interested in meeting your meat. Would I want to meet your meat? Would my meat want to meet your meat? Hey, Tamara. Welcome. Good late evening. This is an impromptu live stream. And I'm drunk. Not drunk. I have been drinking. I will say that. Pork chops on the grill. At least an inch thick. Check this out, Wolf. Okay. Try this. Okay. This is a fantastic thing to do with pork chops, and it's so freaking easy. You can use the ones with bones in them, or center cuts with bones out of them, whatever you want to do. But just like pound the seasonings to them, your pepper and your salt. If there's any other flavor profile, do that too. But use dried dillweed and shake that onto there until the surface is green. Seriously. Pound dried dillweed onto your pork chops after you've seasoned the thing with salt and pepper. Then do that either on the grill at medium or in a pan at medium. And I'm telling you, bro, like seriously, try it. I don't have to tell you. You try it and you let me know. No, you got to cook them way long for them to dry out. You're right, Wolf. Yeah, yeah, you do. Slightly, yeah. I can still walk very, very straight. Not going to get into a car, though, I'll tell you that. Chicken speedies? Spideys? Speedies? What are you saying, Nose? You on your way, Libby? Okay, good. Thanks for you stopping by. I really appreciate it. Night, Lib. Yeah, trichinosis has pretty much been eradicated out of pork, which has been the reason through history that pork needs to be cooked through well. Now, there is a species of pig, the name of which escapes me right now, that is certified free of trichinosis. It's an English variety. Grrr. I hate my brain. But yes, you can cook pork to under well. I don't suggest rare or medium, but just under well. Yeah, probably, Tamara. Yeah, well, for like pulled pork or brisket. Oh, yeah. For pulled pork, okay. Hmm. Hmm. Now on a pig sandwich. Yeah, Tamara, I grew up on a operating 360 acre operating uh, beef and hog farm. So, like, yeah, I had to shovel pig shit before I went to school. My school clothes stunk like pig shit. I know about raising hogs. And they taste delicious. They stink when they're alive. They stink like hell. But um, hey, Wolf, what's the vent like above your stove top? Do you have like a hood range that sucks out the smoke? Tamara. Okay, it was sheep for you, was it? There's no hood range even, Wolf. Okay, because I was gonna suggest to you that you could smoke it in stainless steel like chafing or serving dishes inside of a couple stack. Well, I live in a small apartment too, Wolf, but some apartments have a vent above their oven, their stove. You know, your stove has a range hood that you turn the fan on and it sucks the smoke out. Mine doesn't have that. This is an old building. Brisket prices are crazy. Rib prices are crazy. Nah, me neither, Wolf. Yeah, okay, yeah. So there's a way to do it. You can do it on a picnic table outside, even, or on like with a little hibachi setup. You know, um, I just don't know if you've got any outdoor space that you use or comfortable using or anything like that. You live in the hood. Well, you know what? Actually, you do. Yeah. So I get it. I understand it. Weber Smoky Joe. Yeah, portable. An old hibachi. Yeah, brisket does take hours. It doesn't take hours. It takes a couple days. Because you got to marinate the thing first, right? It's all good, Wolf. Sleep when, you know, if you need to sleep, you just take 3 turns, stomp down your bed, and have a nap. Yeah, Texas people are great. Nice people, you know, all down in in that area. Louisiana, even, sending you guys prayers. The storms, you know, you guys, a lot of you guys got hit hard. Oh, maybe he's got to get up early, Texas. Happy Friday, Wolf. WKRP, Wolf. Woof! Wolf, when I type woof into the chat, that's what I'm saying. When you say BRB, I say woof. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Be right back. Okay. I hope hurricanes are done too. Man, it stinks in here. Coney's. What do you mean? What do you mean, Mr. Rose? Like Coney Island hot dogs? What are you talking about? Oh, I love a good hot dog too. Judy, why is it stinky? Well, I harvested my cannabis tonight because it's supposed to get a hard frost here. So I chopped it and I pulled it inside and it's hanging in my kitchen. And I've got a fan on it, so like to help dry it. So it frickin' stinks. Wolf, that was the kitten. Wolf, Merlin did that. No, my plant wasn't that big. No, it wasn't. But it still stinks. Yeah, I sure am, Les. It's legal here, and I grew some, so I chopped it off because we're supposed to have a hard frost here tonight. What variety of plant did I raise? Scrappy Cat, you know what? I'm going to have to actually sample it before I can attest to that. Like I bought it from a shop, like it was a clone. It was a little plant already that was slipped off from a mother plant to guarantee it to be a female. So, it was sold to me. I grew it. I'm not sure if it's a sativa or an indica, but I'm going to have to sample it, to be honest with you, to be able to tell you what it is. And to be honest with you, I don't really like to take it, so I'm going to let it dry for a week or whatever, and, Oh, it's perfectly legal here. You never tried it, Les? Is it legal in Texas? No, it's not. Okay, Scrappy, yeah, you made clones. That's what they're called. So, like, I'm hoping it's not an indica, but I mean, some of my people who enjoy those worms prefer an indica. Welcome back, Wolf. Because it relaxes them for evening time, pain relaxation and sleeping, right? And other people who like the things that I make, I make a thing that makes you want to wake up and clean the whole garage in 2 hours, kind of deal. Gives you, it's a sativa. Sativa, derived from the Latin, means to stand up, literally. I don't smoke it either. I don't smoke it either. You know what? I only eat it, and the last time I ate some, it's probably been since February, maybe January. I don't have that much interest in it. I just like helping people, and I like the ability that we are free to do that and reap the rewards, and I can help other people with it, Do you know what, Wolf? Every now and again, the odd time, if something's getting passed around, maybe I'll take a hit. But super rare. Super rare. You know what? There's no judgment here. Thank you for your honesty, Wolf. Well, it's legal in lots of states down there too, but just not all of them, right? It'll come once they realize what a cash cow it is. Welcome back, Mark. Can you share your test results with us, Wolf, please? Don't mean to put you on the spot, brother. Actually, I do. And I'm just kidding. That was a joke. Cheers, Wolf. Sure, honestly, yeah. Evening, morning. I tried the Coke too, Wolf. Realized that's not for me. I've tried the acid, Wolf. Realized that's not for me. I've tried the pot. Realized, that makes me hungry and helps with pain. Yeah, hash? Yes. You know what? You're very, very true about that. Very right about that, Mark. It would be prohibitive to me for me to get into the market legally to sell the things that I make to help people, simply because, like you said, the fees and all the loopholes you got to jump through. Never tried to crack, Wolf? Did you get those chickens put away? No, I never shot anything either. Ah! Eric, you didn't like how it smelled. Yeah, I never stuck a needle in me. Yeah, Tamara. Yes. Yes. That's good for a lot of things. Oh, Mr. Rose, that's called angel dust, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome, Tamara. There's excellent medicinal uses. Oh, I hear you on that, Mark. Congratulations, Eric. Bravo. Congratulations. Honestly, good job. Awesome. Okay, yes, Wolf, I tried those too. What sort of officer are you, Les? Holy crap, Mr. Rose. No kidding. From all that paint, you wouldn't need to take anything. You'd be stoned as a mofo once you walked out the paint booth. You wouldn't need anything. Maybe something to level you out. Like a coffee to bring you down, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's crazy. I've worked in a lot of paint booths too. Alright, out with it, Les. Everyone wants to know what kind of officer you are. Come on now. Don't be shy. There's no judgment here. Although we'll judge you hard. That's not true. What did I paint? To be honest with you, I was painting fake antique furniture, like with milk paints and stuff like that. So there's all kinds of solvents and whatnot involved. Huh, Mr. Rose, it's funny. I made a comment on another chat earlier this evening about shipping my brother down in your state some cannabis. And I said, I thought I'd rather not do that. Otherwise, I would be extradited and become Mr. Rose's bitch. Oh, really, Les? Well, thank you for your service. Yeah, it's not a good job. Yeah, you got to belly up hard to do that job. Night, Em. You on your way? All right, stay well and safe, Em. No, I don't. I don't recall that, Mark. No, I wouldn't want to be a cop today. Although I would like their paycheck, man. They make 100 and whatever up here, you know? It's crazy. Well, Mr. Rose, you'd actually let me cook good food for the prisoners? Is that what you're saying? No, really. Ibuprofen, Tylenol, blood pressure medicine. Yeah, no kidding. Um, Not far behind you, Eric. But for now, it's cigarettes and beer. This evening. Cheers. That's a good point, Les. Got to learn when to grow into our britches, right? Not trying to stay into britches that don't fit us anymore. Good point. We need to do that. You're a captain in a medical unit, Mark? That's awesome. Well, let her marinate on that for 10 or 15 years, Tamara. Yeah, she's got time. If she wants to be a police officer, good for her. And you know what? God bless her if she does that. I'll thank her in advance for her service. If not, you know what? There's many other respectable things to do in life, But I sure appreciate those who do serve. You make the D tough. What is that, Mr. Rose? Exactly, Wolf. Florida. I'm located directly on the north shore of Lake Ontario, 1 hour east of Toronto, Canada. No, the garden's not done. The garden's not done. I just pulled the cannabis. There's some tomatoes, and the peppers are still banging, and I've still got chard. It's coming. It's still coming. Well, that's nice, Mr. Rose. Be ready. No kidding. Wait. Are you kidding? Be ready is on my live chat. Well, welcome, sir. It's lovely to see you here. And welcome. This is an impromptu live late after all the other lives I was on. I was like, I'm not tired yet. Maybe just throw up a live and see who's on. Welcome, Be Ready. How you doing? If anyone doesn't know Be Ready, go say hi. Go check his channel out. I need to do more of that myself, actually. Welcome. Very, very nice to see you in the chat this evening. So that threw me for a bit of loop, and I missed a bunch of chat, but that's okay. I'll catch up a little bit here. And how you doing, B? Are you good? Where are you at? What you doing? What you prepping? Is everything good? What's the situation where you are? Yeah, it's a whole bunch of questions. I know, but I like to be apprised from anywhere who's wherever. Used to go to the strip joints in Kingston. Wow, there were some seedy spots up there. I did my trades training up there, and yeah, there's some seedy spots. I got thrown out of a bunch of bars up in Kingston, I'll tell you that much. Down when I was doing my military days down there, I'll tell you that. Cool, Tamara. Yeah. Anyone who doesn't know Be Ready, go check them out. Great, great other channel. Nice, nice, mellow, cool perspective too. That's an interesting thought, Eric. I'm just kind of getting new with this. This is like my third live stream. They've all been impromptu. The first one was supposed to be a 2-minute test, and it turned out to be 4 hours and 20 minutes. You know, the last one was a couple and a half hours. This one, I'm not keeping time on. But that's an interesting thought, Eric. I do have to structure them, and I should. You on your way, Wolf? All right, stay well and safe. You and the missus, stay well and safe, Wolf. Good to see you here. Thanks for coming. Be well. Wow. Kingston and San Antonio are two different things, you know, Mark? Like, yeah. But, eh, is what it is, right? Yeah, Tamara gets it. You enjoy this, Mark? It's nice and relaxed, and you know what? It's about anything. This is an open, free chat. Do you want me to get an American phone number? I have a Canadian phone number with that I add an extra $5 so I can text to America, Mr. Rose. So, you know, the answer is kind of yes. No, you don't need to be buy me around. I actually just shipped a bottle of my homemade rum to 9.5 hours north of me, up to Quebec Homestead, for her live stream on Halloween night. So you guys don't need to buy me around. I brew my own. I got lots. I should buy you guys around. How would that work? Oshawa, Ontario, Canada here. No, I'm not going to type that. Yeah, where is everybody from? I know where Mr. Rose is from. I know where Les is from. I know where Texas is from. That's all right, B. Even a question is in a joke is cool, and you know it's fun. We can always address them either seriously or with a side of levity. Volcano, Hawaii. I hope it doesn't blow. I hope it's an inactive volcano where you are. Nice to see you here. So, Southwest Commer? That's cool. So, all right, so let me ask you guys this. It's cool to know where everyone's from because it gives me a different perspective on, you know, who might be doing what. Ah, okay, I gotcha. So it's active and it's doing its thing, but it's just not like. Okay, I hear you on that, Hawaii. Davenport, Maine. Ha, Scrappy. You almost got thrown out of a casino in Vegas. They didn't like you dancing. I'll tell you what, Scrappy. I did get thrown out of a bar in downtown Quebec City because they didn't like us dancing on a pool table. So I was young and had extraordinarily short hair back then. homing device on the mustard, Mr. Rose. That's hilarious. Iowa, Iowa. Is that famous for corn? The wall. What? It's true. Slept on a pool table? I bet you woke up crunchy, Scrappy. You on your way, Les? Okay, good night. Lovely to see you here tonight, my friend. Got thrown out of San Antonio, Texas. Thrown out of San Antonio? Dang. What did you do? What did you do to receive that, me? Scrub Pub Laundromat? That's all right, B. You know, take your time. We got a bit of time here. We're all right. Everyone loves a good story, B. You know it. Yeah, okay. All right. That's a good beginning. All right. Love it. Enjoy this, folks. This is going to be cool. Here comes the stories. B, you started it. All right. This is what I stayed up for. That's awesome, Les. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. There's B's link to B's channel. That's awesome. All right, Mr. Rose. Hugs, everyone. Send hugs and prayers for Mr. Rose and his wife, who is experiencing kidney failure. Please and thank you. Prayers there, please. You're welcome, Mr. Rose. I hope you guys stay well. It was lovely to see you. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Thank you. It works, you know, so it works. Thanks, Lisa. Oh, it's all good, Mr. Rose. Love you too. Sure is. Well, welcome, Real Life, with Michelle and Rob. It's good for you to drop in, and thank you for sending the prayers for Mr. Rose. That's all good, B. Yeah, if you got to get to bed or something else to do, it's all fine, all good, all fine and dandy. Lovely to see you in the chat, though. I got to get onto your channel a little bit more, for sure. I saw your interview over with Angry there, and you know, you seem like a great guy, great, fantastic guy. So, like nice upbeat spirit, and that's what I look for. I don't look for the doom and gloom. Prep it right. Prep it. Deer hunting is fantastic up here. Yeah, angry's good. Uh, Even with all cussing and all that, like I swear like a sailor. I really do. I try not to do it in my live chats or my vids, but you know, honestly, when I'm at work, it's there's F bombs everywhere. Or, I'm not like completely salacious about it, but hey, Shadow, how you doing? Good morning. Hey, yes, it is morning. It's 2 here. How you doing, Shadow? Um, Shadow Scout Swede. Are you chiming in from Sweden? That would be my guess. It is a form of expression, B. It sure is. Not Hawaii. It's not. You just got to hit them right in the head with that frozen beer can. They're done. You just stun them, and then we just walk up and eat them raw. Sorry, Hawaii. That's just the first thing that came to mind. Well, nice to see you here, Shadow Scout. You can always press the replay if you want to. You're from Sweden. That's awesome. Welcome to the chat. Sweden in the house. This is international. Well, it was international already with Canada and the United States. However, when Sweden joins, that's amazing. Welcome, Sweden. You're 8 a.m. there, huh? Okay. Well, I'm 2 a.m. here. 2:01. That's cool, Eric. You cook them first. You don't just run down and eat them raw. Hit them on the head with a frozen beer can. Why would you drink it that warm? Mark Olson, you gotta braise it. You can't cook it hot like a steak. Eric, don't do that. Well, it's sure nice to have you here from overseas, Shadow Scout. Um, do you know what? I'm going to not refer to any of the other chat besides to Shadow Scout Swede here right now because there's a question I want to have. I want to ask, and all of you might be interested in what the answer may be. Okay, so please let me ask it. I hate warm beer too. Ah! Mine's almost done, so I might have to refresh that. Okay, so Shadow Scout, let me ask you. You're over in Sweden. Let me ask you, what are the conditions there regarding what's going on with the bug? And if there are mandates in place that the government has placed, if it's requiring masks or restricting travel or anything like that, would you do myself and the whole chat a favor and share with us what's happening there so that we get a little bit more of a global aspect on what's going on, please? Marlboro time. No, I gotta have a pee and get another beer. No, I want to do that. Uh, I'd appreciate that. While you're typing that in, if you just excuse me, because I've been sitting here for 3.5 hours, 2.5. I don't even know how long. Uh, and my beer is empty. So I'm going to refresh that, and I'll be right back. So please, excuse me. I'll be right back. Is anybody out there? Mm-hmm. You got a chat shut down for talking internationally. Well, that doesn't make sense. You got subscribers all over the world. People can chat from anywhere. I'm not going to trip and fall. What I am going to do is pick up my glass I forgot in here, though, and make a rum. Okay, so we'll still wait on Shadow's reply. You kids behave yourselves while I'm gone, because otherwise there's going to be a moderator put somebody in a corner. Man, it stinks in here. It just stinks. Alright, that's it. I heard that. Alright, so I'm just coming back to one of the worst live streams ever. The host wasn't even there. Cherry, good evening. How you doing? Was out of the room? Let me catch up on chat. See what kind of misbehavior you guys been up to. See who needs stood in the corner. No masks in public. We only use masks if we can't keep the social distance. 800 new cases yesterday. In the country of Sweden. Okay. We had the same number pretty much in the province of Ontario. That's interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Very, very interesting. Let me just get caught up on a bit of this chat. See how badly you guys were misbehaving. Social distance, hand sanitizer, you're good with that. No masks, eh? Well, we got, it's, Shadow, it's required here. Any store you go into, it's a mask or you don't go in. There's hand sanitizer in there. It's your choice if you can use it or not. But somebody cleans the basket or the cart for you before you go inside. Yeah. Let me just catch up a little bit more on this chat, guys. Yeah, Cherry, I didn't plan on doing this, but guess what? All my other chats were over, and I was like, I'm not tired yet. See who's up. Good to see you, Cherry. Yeah, I appreciate the input, Shadow. Thanks so much. Honestly, yeah. I like to know what's going on in any part of the globe. I'm not sure if you guys follow some of the comments on some of the videos that I make, but there's a person named Rakarta, Rakkartta, and I believe they're from Australia, who contacted me last week. Left a comment in one of the videos, and we got to talking, and he's down in Australia. The lockdowns are hard there. It's a 22-2 lockdown. They've got 22 hours locked down in the home, 2 hours allowed outdoors for exercise, and can't go more than 5 kilometers or sort of 2 miles from their house. It's a hard lockdown there. I don't know if you guys have heard anything about that. If you have, let me know what your input is, and if you have any more real details about it. Yeah, you didn't hear a thud. I didn't go boo. That would have sucked. That would have been the worst stream ever. Yeah. Yeah, we can still go shopping. You know what, Scrappy? I used to love grocery shopping. I would be in 2 to 3 different grocery stores every day. Now, if I go to the grocery store 2-3 times a week, if I do, it's a drag. And I'm not going around to all the other ones looking for who's got the best produce or what's on sale or not. I'm not doing any of that anymore. This is a frickin' drag. Yeah, it is like a friendly pub. Welcome, relax. Let's talk about something sensible so it can help the other, right? Friendly, intelligible pub that wants to keep people apprised of what's going on and prepare, right? Because look at what's frickin' happening. If you don't think the shit has hit the fan, give your head a shake. Prepare. Because this is the worst that's hit the fan since the last Great Depression, World War, or economic crash. This is the worst it's been. This is SHTF. If you don't believe that for a second, might just best give your head a shake. Yeah, pop your head out of the sand. Fully. How do I make my rum? Scrappy, I basically make Al-Cool, and it's flavored by little bottles of flavorants. Flavorants for rum, flavorants for rye, vodka, whichever. I can make Al-Cool with it. Yeah, it's going to get worse. This is who thinks it's going to get worse and who thinks it's going to get better? If you think it's going to get worse, put a 1. If you think it's going to get better, put a 5. Hawaii, what do you think? Texas thinks it's going to get better. How do you think it's going to get better, Texas? $14 for Spanish flu. Well, okay, I hear you on that, Mark. This is not timing out to be the same freaking timeline. There are drugs for it now. Well, there are also drugs to put people to sleep, like for death. What are you talking about? Do you know what, Hawaii? You almost don't get a vote here simply because of your exclusivity of where you live and the isolation. Yeah, you know what? You're almost unqualified or overqualified to not to have an opinion, but yeah, I want to move over there with Hawaii. Tamara, I will not agree or disagree with that. I wouldn't be shocked. Like, things go through my head. I am not a conspiracy theorist. However, conspiracy theories do go through my head. So, yes, that comment is fairly well enough qualified. Well, all right, fair enough. Question, Eric. You know what? And that's a question I actually want to address. I actually want to address that. Eric, okay. Do I think that by forcing masks, they're preparing for something worse? The answer to that is yes, yes, and yes. Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna take a bit of time, and guys, forgive me in the chat if I don't see anything. I want to address Eric's comment here right now, and I want to give it a bit of detail. Okay. All right. Okay. So Eric, to answer your question, I think by forcing the masks, they're preparing the people to get used to the idea of being told what to do. Okay, it's a conditioning thing, right? That's one level. All right. The second level, I believe, is they're forcing people to wear masks, as a false sense of hope, because the masks or face coverings that they suggest that we wear don't do anything. All right. Now, I want to scroll up on this a bit so I can keep fresh at where I'm at here. Okay. Here's the number 3 and the big kicker to your question, Eric. Do I think that by forcing masks, they're preparing for something worse? All right. Here it is, Eric. Here's the big picture I see. All right. Okay. So by forcing masks, they're going to eventually deplete people's immunity. You wear masks, you can't get the cold or the flu and anything like that, so you'll be protected, and your immune system will not have a chance to build itself up. So, by enforcing the masks, everybody just wear a mask. And then we're going to send this flu out again once everybody's worn the mask for a couple of years. Well, no one's immune to it anymore. Then they can kill however many. So, yes, I think they're preparing for something worse. That's just a theory. I don't have a lot of them. I don't like to share them. But that's one of them. And thank you for asking that question. And pardon me, everyone, for pausing in the chat, because I really did want to answer that question. Okay? So that may help some of you understand where my mind is at. All right? Because we had five ones saying things are going to get worse, and we had 1-5 saying they're going to get better. And, I'm not a doom and gloom guy. I'd rather not be doom and gloom, But current activities in society and from government tells me they aren't coming here to buy us freaking ice cream, Tamara, yes. Lori, you got your Pop's place? Do I need to wave from the North Shore so you can see it on the South Shore? Or are you at home? You're at home, Lori. You feel good today, right? Cherry. I smoke. Sorry if it bothers anyone. Um, I smoke and I drink. I'm going to smoke and I'm going to drink on my live stream. Whatever. You know? Uh, that's just what I do. So. Well, smoke it up. Smoke them if you got them. I got a bunch of cannabis in the other room, but I don't smoke it. What the F is that, right? What did you, I wanted to ask you about that, Lori. That's awesome. Can you please explain, if it's not too personal, what you did with the alternative healer, please? Exactly, Shadow. Yeah. Yeah. We're all walking around wearing face diapers. And I can't visit my frickin' folks for Thanksgiving last weekend. I'm starting to get a little done with this. You know what I mean? Done with the limitations. Because, like you said, it's not working. What are you carrying, Tamara? Welcome, Karen. Welcome to the chat. This is a late evening chat. Unexpected impromptu one. But I think we're having a good, healthy discussion here. So I'll leave it run. How are you, Tamara? And how are things in Connecticut? 40 mil? Nice. That'll punch a hole. No kidding, Lori. Lori, don't go testing that with all kinds of foods. Like, just take it easy, all right? Like, test it out for sure, but don't go nuts with it, all right? I just want you well, right? Oh, I hear you on that, Shadow. Yeah, no, I get that fully. No rain here. Clear and cold. Clear and cold. Yeah. Just stay well, Lori. Just don't test the bounds of reality by eating a gallon of ice cream and a tub of French fries and a spicy burrito or whatever. You know what I mean? Oh, the thumbs up and thumbs down nose. To be honest with you, I can't see that here right now um, from my viewpoint. But yeah, you know what? Even thumbs down is positive activity for the channel. I just, you know what? Shake my head. Whatever. I don't really care. If it's some dick or turd that wants to say something nasty, then, I'll give them a hard time and make them feel small and then get a mod to bounce them. But for the most part, I get awesome reaction, like with people like you guys in my chat. Like you guys rock. I don't know what. When will it go back to normal? Okay, Mark, it will go back to normal. Like in 2022, but it'll be kind of like it is now. That's just my thought on it. It's not a prediction. That's just my thought, okay? Because this is messed. It's totally messed. It's broken, and it needs to be fixed. Awesome, Texas. Yeah, let the dogs pee good. Yeah, it'll be normal for a while. New normal. The new normal everyone was hoping for. Well, here it is. You know, get your face diapers out. Super hot year this year. No rain. All this. Crop failures. Upon crop failures from last year. Like, what's going on? Are they terraforming something? You know, like I said, I'm not a conspiracy guy, but you know, it could be grand solar minimum type stuff. And, you know, to be honest with you, you look back in history, every 100 years, there's been some sort of society changing illness that has taken place. So, I mean, you know, like I could come up with any conspiracy I could possibly think of about the COVID. And was it intentional? Was it released on purpose? Was it man-made? You know, all these things. And I could say yes to all of it and justify it. And I could say no to all of it and justify it. But that is just simply speculation, right? No one has documents. There's no proof. So what there is proof of is, though, and we don't even have to ask the question if the bug is real. Just dismiss that. Think of the fact of what it has done globally so far. Okay? Now, the shit has hit the fan. Big time. You know, if anyone's prepping for something, here it is. We are in it. How does it end? How do we deal with it? How do we cope with it mentally and emotionally as human beings? And how do we move forward and live with it? Right? Those are the questions that need to be addressed. Is the COVID real? Who knows and who gives a fuck? It's here, and this is what it's doing. Right? So we have to deal with that, not that. Okay? We need to put our heads where they need to be. No hugging, no touching, no kidding. Tamara, exactly. You know what, Tamara? At Father's Day, when I took my folks up the late spring pantry top-up, I stopped on the road a few miles from my mom's place and I called her. to let her know I was incoming, right? She had no idea it was coming. I had the car loaded with groceries and fresh produce. Stopped on the side of the road, gave her a call. It went straight to the voicemail. So obviously she was on the phone with someone else, and so I left her a message. Said, "Your mom, I'm 10-15 minutes out. I'll be right there." I got there, backed into the driveway. So I backed in because my trunk is loaded, right? Could see in the rear view my mom was stood on the porch talking on the phone. I parked the car, put it in park, shut it off, get out the car, put my mask on, turn around, look, yep, there's mom stood on the porch and she's talking on the phone. She's like, "Oh my God, it's Sean." She didn't have a mask on, she was just stood on her porch talking on the phone out in the country, like, no cares or anything like that. But I start hauling in all the groceries. Finally get it all inside after, 8 or 10 trips back to the car. And I get inside and there's all these groceries sat on the counter and, on the floor near and around the counter, jugs of water and stuff like that. And so I go inside and mom's like, "Well, what should we do with all this?" I'm like, "Well, we should kind of, might want to think about where you want to put it. Like, where does it go? Like, where does the chicken broth go? And where does the flour go? And where does all the sugar go? And this and that." And there was a pause in the middle of that, and we were all looking around at the groceries. And my mom gave a big sigh, and she was like, and we were 6 or 8 feet apart. She gave a big sigh, and she was like, "If I put my mask on, can we have a hug?" That killed me, I was like, "Yeah, Mom. Yes, we can." For me, that was a crazy, painful situation. To be stood in front of my mom and her asking me for a hug if she has a mask on. That's freaking hard. That's hard. So I took them to a second delivery on my father's a couple of weeks after my father's birthday. He kind of scolded me for it. He said, "Oh, I thought you were not supposed to do this again." It's like, well, whatever. This is your birthday present. I'm just late. He was like, "Well, what was the other one?" I said, "Oh, that was a Father's Day present." So this is what it does to people on a personal level. Not to mention if people die from it or not, like, that's a separate issue altogether. The personal level that it affects people on is real. Whether the whole COVID is real or introduced on purpose or anything like that, the effects are real. So, I mean, I don't know what your guys' experiences are, but, been a long go so far. You know, I'm prepared, but I think maybe preparedness should exist a little bit more. We should be more balanced about our preparedness and think more about our mental preparedness as to how we're mentally going to deal with this. Because this isn't over by a long sight. I'm telling you that right now. You know, if you think it's over by this time next year, you might be right, but I don't think so. So you might want to put your mental game on hard, right? Like, get your rice and beans. Yeah, do all that. Get your batteries and your flashlights for sure. But if you're not fit for the task here, it won't matter how much beans or rice you got. Right? Yeah, we gotta mentally prepare for the long term. Absolutely. And you know what, Mark, that's a great point, and that's a point I missed. Like, I was mentally prepared, but only for the short term. You got to be mentally prepared for the long term. I'm sorry, I'm going to go ahead and apologize for all the chat that I've missed, and I'm not going to go scroll up and read all of it. I'm just, you know, I just wanted to let that little rant out to you guys. You need to be mentally prepared, and physically for sure. You know, how many people do you know that could walk around the block without getting winded? Here's something for you. Here's a good test for you. Grab a case of water, a case of 24 bottles of water. Throw it in your back. See how far around the block you get. Right? Anyone thinks they're bugging out with a 50-pound pack and whatever on their back? Might want to think again. Right? So, check your prepping game. Not just how mentally prepared that you are, but how realistically, physically, if you think you're going to bug out, how you could do that. Yeah, Scrappy. We just miss being people, you know? We really do. Exactly, Mark. Yeah. Yes, the reality of that would definitely do that. So, you know what? I mean, for sure, Tamara. You know? Okay, you know what? Let's just talk for a minute about bugging in and bugging out, okay? And I have props and can qualify both or dispel both. But let's have a talk about this. I want to just give me a second. I want to look at Shadow's statement here before we get into this. Great point, Shadow. Great point. Okay. That's something I'm going to say right now. Okay. I'm going to reiterate what you just said there. If you're mentally prepared, you can handle pretty much anything that's thrown at you, right? And talking about preparedness, again, being mentally prepared, right? Using what's in your being and feeding things into your being, learning stuff, the more knowledge you have, the better you are prepared to deal with any situation, right? I agree with that 100%. 100%. Okay. And I appreciate those comments, Shadow. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay. Now, a question I want to present to you guys. Question, supposition, whatever. Okay, let's think about this. Okay, here we are, smack dab in the middle. You're bugging out with flea bags on your head, Lori. We're smack dab. Right now, we're smack dab in the middle of the COVID. It's not halfway behind us or halfway in front of us. We're not like right in the middle of it. It could be longer ahead in front of us, but we're bang smashed in the middle of it, right? Okay, so that's pandemic. It's global. Let me ask you this. Okay. How ready was everyone for that? To stay home during the lockdowns? Oh yeah, second wave is here for sure. Let me ask you this as well. Tony, are you a kid? Hey Tony, welcome. Old Gray Tree is in the house. Welcome him. All right. How many of you were ready for this? And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and ask you how many of you were ready for this, for the lockdowns and to say lockdown and end for, say, a month. How many were ready? If you were ready, smash a 1. What's going on, Tony? How you doing? I got a late night chat tonight. I know it's morning for you. Welcome. All right. Okay. Any other answers out there? Yeah, Shadow. Yeah, get your coffee on. Fair enough, Tony. Hope you're well. Okay, so I'm not sure how much of this you've seen, Tony, but we're talking about, these lockdowns and all that, and how people were ready or whatever. We're asking how ready people were for the lockdowns, and like it's a freaking surprise to all of us, isn't it? Good here, Tony. Yeah, thank you. Now, okay, so we've got a lot of people here prepped in for Yeah, hey, Mark, you know what? I use N95s all the time as well for work, so we've been adapting on that as well. Okay, so basically, I was about to pose a two-part question. Welcome back, Shadow. What's in your coffee? How do you take it? Now, don't anybody answer until Shadow tells me he likes his coffee. Heavy cream and heavy sugar, or straight up black coffee, or Hope? How you doing? Welcome. Okay, so we've got Ireland in here, we've got England in here. Um, uh, Shadow is from Sweden. This is truly an international chat. Hang on a second, let me catch up. Whoa, whoa. With Bailey's. Yeah, I hear you on that, Tony. Good call. Craves molasses, though. That's funny, Scrappy. I just bought a couple of more pots of molasses this week. Almond milk. Oh, okay. That's a nice way to have it. Okay, so I think we got through the first part of that question. You know, how prepared was everyone to deal with this? All right, and you guys all answered well, and you know what? I think I'm pretty much the same. I'd be okay to not leave the house for 6 months. Um, all right. Here's the second part of the question. You know, we talk about what's happening and how to deal with it. And we've talked about how prepared we are to stay at home. How prepared are we to bug out? Like, okay, how many people did you see traipsing off into the woods with a backpack, with a 25-pound backpack on their back, or a 50 or 70-pound backpack on their back, roaming out into the woods and just living a happy life, living off the land? Anyone? All right, night, Mark. Take care. Thanks for coming in. So, Tamara, you didn't. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Somebody said not me. Tamara, yeah, okay, there you are. So you didn't traipse off into the woods and with your wicked awesome $400 knife and go make a living in the woods. Hope you didn't do that either. Nowhere to plug in your stereo. Eric, can you see my vintage vinyl system beside me? I understand you. No TP. Okay, Cherry makes a good point right there. Look at what Cherry said. Yeah, Tony. Hey, you and I had a discussion about that. Me and my buddy, when we were teenagers, young teenagers, used to take the old man's snowmobile, go out into the woods, find a little hollow, make some keep it clean there, bastard. But hey, fuck nuts, how you doing? If anybody doesn't know cooking green bastard style, he's a drunk that cooks freaking amazing food. You should actually check him out if you don't mind the cussing. Mine's all vintage Kenwood stuff. No, I was never young, to be honest with you, bastard. Uh, Shadow, just don't go overboard on the bug out bag. Do a bug out bag, but just like sort of the house is on fire bag. Just something, you can grab with your keys and ID or whatever, and like a granola bar and a change of clothes, some warm clothes, in case the house burns. Then you can jump out a window, grab that bag, and you can F right off, right? Um, but yeah, putting all the money, all the items they talk about putting into a bug out bag, you could talk about thousands of dollars with all the good this and all the good that. But to be honest, just get a duffel bag and put a change of clothes in it and some toiletries and, the extra things that you need. Keep it near your bed, and if the house burns down, you can jump out the window and out you go. So what has happened through all this? Have we all bugged out or have we all bugged in? Obviously, we don't even have bug out bags, right? Some do, some don't. I kind of have. Yeah, Shadow, like make one, but, you're not making, if that's the case, you're not making one that's got a survival knife and probably not gonna need like a compass and, you might want some water purification in there, but like just in case, but, you're gonna make a bag for short interim. You're not putting a bag together for walking out of your house and living a great life in the outdoors. Because I'll tell you, that's not going to happen. $15, bastard? How was it? How was that steak? A car bag? You got a car bag, Hope? Cool. Listen, think about this. Think about all the emergency. Go through your list. All of the emergency things they could possibly tell you to keep in your car. There will be no room for passengers or cargo at all. Exactly, Tony. It doesn't have to cost a fortune to put a bag together. However, if you go with all the recommended shit that, the doom and gloom channels suggest that you have, and have this in your car and have that in your car and da 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 da, your car, there won't be any room in your freaking driver's seat to be filled up with all that shit. There'll be no room for anything. So nice bastard. Um, so you got a love and hate thing going on there, or what you put? And bastard, what did you put inside that sous vide bag besides the meat? Did you put any butter in there or seasonings? What'd you do, bro? I want to know that. If anyone doesn't know Cooking Green Bastard style, he knows how to cook. Okay. He's a drunken bastard, but he sure knows how to frickin' cook. So take a tip where you can there. Honestly, I shit you not. Yeah, it would weigh 1,000,000 pounds. Get home bag should be the same as your bug out bag. Well, what's your bug out bag, Tamara? To go out and live in the woods comfortably for the rest of your life. You're going to have the same thing in your car? Is that what you're telling me? Bugged in, exactly. What do we all do during this crisis, during this pandemic? Did anyone traipse off into the woods with a backpack and say, see ya, life, I've got a knife and I'm just going to go out in the woods and be happy and survive? How many people do you know that did that? Anyone here? Tell me. You got that right, Tony. Use your big brain. The way you carry that makes you carry less things on your back. Best comment I've heard all week. Best comment all week. Nice combo, bastard. Yeah. I was thinking I'd fully throw some butter in that sous vide bag. Yeah. Good call. Nice. No thyme? Nothing like that? Salt, pepper, garlic. Wow. Pure. Who wants what? Lori? Lori, what are you sending me? I'm on a... Lori, you know I'm on a live chat here? Absolutely, Tony. Yep. Gotta learn new shit every day. So wildlife will start wearing diapers on their face. Yeah, for sure, Shadow. Yeah, you know what? That's exactly it. We can all throw a backpack on and go weeks in camp and think it's a real nice vacation and holiday, but 2 weeks later when we come home, we're sure freaking glad we came home, aren't we? No fresh time, buddy? You want me to mail you some seeds? Grow some, bro. I don't need to mail you some seeds. I'll bring you some when I come to get those jars. Wait a second. Somebody responded to something Full of Hope said, so I want to scroll up and see what Hope said. Excuse me a second, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Full of Hope. There she is. Linda, sorry I didn't see you here in the chat. Okay, all right, good enough. Hi, Linda. A bug out in the woods could turn into the movie Deliverance. You know what, Cherry? It might turn into the movie Deliverance faster than you can imagine. Especially if everyone did it. Yeah. Yeah. Like, who's bugging out? Who bugged out? Yeah, no worries, bastard. It's not going to be anytime soon. I got some freaking car issues. Like, you've seen my car. I've got 2 or 3 major car issues I need to work out. So you know that's going to cost at least a few grand. So it's going to be a bit before I get by. But yes, I am interested, and I will give you a heads up. So, like, yeah, it's not like you need to panic and sort that shit out like nowish, right? So yeah, we got time. I'll give you the heads up. Dehydrator and vacuum sealer. Dehydrator and vacuum sealer for the win, Tony. Nice, nice, nice. What are you getting at the market this morning? What do you got your eye on? Yeah, no kidding, bastard. Bastard, you're so freaking far out of the way. Wow, you know what? It would take a super bug outer. Like, you'd really have to shoot them. Honestly, I don't blame you for thinking about that. Yeah, shoot them right in the face. Awesome, Tony. Well, we can sort of predict it south, but yeah, we can suppose all of the scenarios and buy all those things. But seriously, who can pick all that up and lift it up and carry it with them? You know? Okay, cool, bastard. Don't scald the frickin' milk, all right, bro? Don't scald the cream sauce. Nice of you to drop by. You take care and stay well and safe, bro. Yeah, we'll talk soon, okay? if any of you guys don't mind beer drinking and cussing and wicked awesome cooking, go check out Cooking Green Bastard Style. He's a rude, crass man, and he cooks frickin' fantastically. Loves to party and have a good time. Yeah, go check him out. It's worth a watch, to be quite honest with you. Especially if you know cooking and like recipes and stuff like that. Go check it out. It's worth the look. I hear that, Scrappy. Yeah, yeah, that'll do that. Okay, so for the next, my question here, I got a question for you guys. For the next SHTF situation, who's bugging out? Who's waltzing off into the woods? Linda, that's something we're going to have to talk about. Really, Linda? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that. Karen, you're already in the woods? What if you had to leave your home with a bag on your shoulder and go live 2 miles away from your place and live off the land? You doing that? Eric, fair play. You're not leaving Hope? Lori, you're not going anywhere? Okay. No, Karen? Good call, Scrappy. Nice cook, too, by the way. Yeah, that's a wicked awesome meal. Lots of nutrients in there. Can't afford to bug out? Stay in there, Cherry? Wise words, Tony. Yep. Hear you on that. Like even myself, I threw a pack on my back a couple of weeks ago, and I went to take like a walk just around the yard and around the block, and it's like, wow, man, how much water am I gonna need for how long? So throw a pack of water on your back, walk around with that. How far are you gonna get? Hey, Scrappy, just go watch Cooking Green Bastard Style. He drinks beer the whole time, and he's smashed by the end, but makes fantastic food. Sounds bad, but you're expendable. Well, that's all of our jobs, Tamara. And it actually doesn't sound bad. Sounds commendable. Yeah, perhaps, Linda. How would you make out in those woods, Laurie, by yourself, with your bug out bag only? Seriously, posing a serious question. You can't see the clock, Hope? It's 3:15 here. It's late. Yeah, Tony. Yep. Very true, Tony, and very sad. But however, that's what it is. So, you know, as long as our eyes are open to that, we can help do something about that. 9 a.m. in Sweden. Time for some eggs. 8:15 in Ireland. All right, Hope. Cool. Thanks for stopping by. You have yourself a lovely day. Stay well and safe, hon. Okay. People from all over the globe. That's wicked. Awesome. It's wicked awesome. Erica, yeah, I'm in a small town as well. It's sort of kind of rural, but okay. Like if I get in my car and I drive 2 minutes, I can find cornfields and this and that. However, I'm on a street where there's neighbors dotted all around, south of a main street or a minor highway, and then a mile north of a major highway. So I'm in a bit of a populated area, but yeah, my thing is to prepare to not leave, and if I do have to leave, like it would have to be for a major reason, for sure. Like I do have nuke plants close to here, so I got a bag. I can put it in the car and bugger off if the nuke plant lights up or whatever. But if it's something where things have gone really bad, aside from a nuke thing, somebody's coming to my door, I am also prepared to cut them in half or blow them off the porch, whichever the case may be. So, you know, you need to be prepared on a lot of levels. If you're going to be prepared to stay at home, prepare to defend your home. That's not easy to do in places like Canada and the UK and other areas that have more stringent firearm laws and such, laws, regulations, things like that. So there's another big one to tuck into the brain. Seeing as no one's bugging out and shit hits the fan situation, right? Seems to be the consensus. So, sure is, Tony. Yeah, rolled up newspaper is a great weapon. But you see, the thing about it, Cherry, is if a bug out situation ever takes place, you're not just going to run away and hide in the woods by yourself and, carve on with your knife on a piece of wood and make a wicked living out of that. Like, that's fantasy. You're going to go to your MAG or a part of your MAG or family. MAG, Mutual Assistant Group. You need to put that in place if it's not in place, right? Everyone needs a mutual assistance group and be part of it, If somebody has a hard time, shit could hit the fan for someone else and you're part of their MAG. Well, guess what? You're going to be there to help them out. Or you could have some shitty time. Oh, they're part of your MAG, your mutual assistance group. They're going to come and help you out. You need to establish that, okay? Very, very important. And that's something I am in remiss of making a video of. Thank you for reminding me. Let me just... License-free self-defense spray. Okay. Thank you, Shadow, for the appraisal on that. I appreciate that. Thank you. You know what? It's pretty much the same in Canada, except I don't believe you're able to use self-defense spray for self-defense legally. They may make some sprays that are actually legal for that, but you can't use a bear spray on somebody. So, you have to adapt, improvise, and overcome. Right, Jerry? Yeah, light it on fire and stick it in someone's mouth. There's a deterrent. Yeah, so, this is sort of one of my mental approaches towards how I prepare. I don't necessarily... You guys just confirmed it, okay? All I did was ask a question. You guys confirmed it. I don't plan to bug out. Could I bug out? Sure I could. Would it be shitty? Yes, it would be really shitty. Would I be as prepared as I want to? No freaking way I could carry 5,000 pounds of gear into the woods. Is bugging in a better option? Yes, it is. Yeah, something's coming for your stuff. There aren't any rules. Blow them off your porch. What are you talking about there, Eric? Well, you can use a flashlight for a lot of things. Okay, Eric. Well, let's not just go ahead and broadcast that. We can just kind of keep that a little quieter than is necessary. No one's looking for an address. Bear spray is illegal. You don't have bears? Shadow? They sell it up here, but I mean, you know, you really got to have it handy and on your hip, because if you come into contact with a bear, it's going to happen real freaking quick. You can't have that shit in your pack. Oh, no kidding, Tony. Yep. Yeah. Oh, you got Browns? Hey. Okay. Browns are no joke. No joke. Those are the biggest perpetrators right there, the Browns. Kind of seems like it knows. Yeah. Who knows who's supporting what and who's not supporting it, right? Like, that's when it becomes questionable. Who's going to bug out after the election? What do you think's going to happen after the election? There's a question for you. Do you think it's going to be chaos, or do you think the other one's just going to be nuzzled out and the other one ushered in? Victory Gardner. Not shit, bro. Not shit, bro. Not shit, bro. To what? What statement are you, or question are you addressing? Agreed, Victory. I wouldn't bank on the China war. A lot of people whoop about that, but like, I'm not saying it's not possible, like, because it is possible. However, I don't think that's the golden egg. I think whichever way it goes, there's Karen, definitely some unrest going to happen, whichever way it goes. So, I mean, like personally, I don't get that, but you know, like because your political candidate doesn't win the frickin' race, you're gonna lose your shit and burn something down. Would you guys do that? Like, do you guys have enough self control to not do that, or are you mentally focused on doing other things, or like, you know, where are you guys at mentally and politically? That's something I don't get into a lot on my channel. I don't do politics. I also don't do religion, because those two subjects just stir up too much shit that I don't care for. Yeah, I agree, Victory. It's true. The problem with that is they don't have enough years behind their belt to realize what's right and what's not right. There was a lot of things I thought was a great idea when I was 17 or 19. You ask me now if I think the same idea is a great idea, you wouldn't get the same answer necessarily. Tony, what are you saying? Hang on a second. Let me read that. Really, Tony? Oh, they're like letting out some kind of blaring uh, sound on that? I'm not a rioter either, Karen. Yeah, well, you know what? They can move to Canada all they want. Borders frickin' closed. So, you know what? Trump's building a wall on the south end, right? Do you think it's to keep people out or to keep people in? There's a question right there. What's that wall for? Right? So you guys can't get out? No kidding. Knows? Tamara, okay, fair play. No, I'm not a rioter. I do have opinions, though. I don't share them often. However, I don't mind doing so in intellectual forums such as this. Yeah, keep them out. Okay, Karen. All right. Fair play, Victory. Yeah. Yeah. What happens when the water runs out? War. True say, Eric. Yeah, so the upcoming election and the results of that, they're going to be interesting. Like, okay, to be honest with you, I could give a I could give a rat's ass about American politics. First of all, it's uninteresting. Second of all, it's just a couple of liars. Third of all, it's a shit show. Fourth of all, are you freaking serious? This is what you've got to choose from to run the freaking country. And don't get me wrong, it's no better in Canada here either. Like we got freaking Trudeau running this shit. Okay? So, no comparison there. Yeah, I'm a Canadian. It's a total shit show. Doesn't matter whether I'm a Canuck or not. Still have an opinion. What's up with our gun laws? Our gun laws were stripped from us many years ago before I was born, so like they suck. If you want to ask me what I think, I'm a Second Amendment supporter. However, I'm not American, so like, you get my drift? Do I have guns? No, I don't. Like, confiscation. They cannot confiscate what they don't know you have. Lost it in a boat accident. Hey, guess what? I found some in a boat accident. Things work both ways. So, Boris the nut job. Well, he made it all right through the COVID. At least that didn't take him, Tony. Well, you know, I try and keep things real, Victory. You know, like, I believe in stuff. Just because I'm Canadian doesn't mean I'm a frickin' sheep. You know what I mean? Like, sure, government wants to come to my porch, take my shit. They will be eased gently off the porch in one rapid second. No, I am not. I am North Shore Preparedness. I am on the North Shore of Lake Ontario. Oh, Tamara, the U.S. is already trying to take your guns with the red flag laws and all that bullshit. They're already trying to do it. It's there. You see? Okay. So what's happening there with all that shit is what happened up here like 40, 50 years ago. Okay? They're just, blindly behind the back at the midnight frickin' mass pass these laws, and all of a sudden you're not allowed this, not allowed that, and wasn't allowed voted in or anything. They just frickin' did it. Right? So guess what's gonna happen there? It's the same thing. They're going to take your rights away. It's just a matter of time. I'm not threatening that. I'm just saying that that will be the case. Yeah, water shortages, water and food shortages. That should be all our biggest fear. An EMP. All right, hang on a second. You know what? I've really got something to say to you guys. Okay. Yeah, what's your biggest fear? What's your biggest fear? What do you think's going to happen next? Damn, it stinks in here. They tried to pass a bill here, a long gun bill. It was Bill C5 or C7 or C47 or whatever the frick it was. But, it was like a gun registry law. You know what I mean? We all had guns. So they tried to usher in this mandatory registration bullshit. And it all just came with a bunch of fees and confiscations and shit like that, right? The people didn't have it. They're just like, nobody registered. Like, what? A few did. Excuse me. Oh. Pardon me. A few did, but for the most part, Canada was like, what are you talking about? No way I'm going to fill out all these papers and mail that into you and send you a bunch of money to tell you what long guns I have in the house so that you can tell me which ones are restricted or that I can't have or whatever. No way I'm paying you guys to do that. I already pay you taxes for you guys to do your job. You're not freaking doing it. So the bill was scrapped, right? It was a failure, massive failure. Cost billions of dollars for that bill. Millions or billions or whatever, right? Cost a freaking ton of money. Cost a ton. Let me just catch up on the chat here for a little wee bit. Oh yeah, they've changed hundreds of laws for sure, Tony. Yeah. And it's just ongoing. They'll change it a little bit and change it a little bit and change it a little bit. Before you know it, you got no rights, right? Illegal to harvest rainwater, Victory. Yes, I've heard that. That's a crazy kind of control. I'm not sure if that's legal to outlaw that in Canada or not, Victory. However, I have not heard water harvesting being restricted in Canada yet, anywhere. Maybe in some really fancy urban areas where like it creates a visual, somebody doesn't like how it looks or whatever, but I'm not sure about that. Yeah, kids pool is good. See, listen. Okay, the first thing anyone should do. Okay, we're talking about water here. All right, let's get real about water real quick. Okay, the first thing everyone should do when there's a power outage, and I'll tell it to you two different ways. Okay. First thing everyone should do during a power outage is go fill their bathtub with water. Now, if it's cold out, fill your tub with hot water if you're on a hot water system. If it's hot out, fill your tub with cold water. That's the first thing, like, unless you're stuck in the middle of, we're sitting here, it's 3 or 4 in the morning or whatever. You're sat here in the morning. Power goes out. Well, put your frickin' emergency lighting on and then go put your bathtub on. Oh, that's all good, Tamara. It was lovely to have you with us in the chat tonight. This is a very long, again, stream. I guess when I get rambling with you guys, I kind of get rambling. But stay well and safe. Tamara. It was very good to see you here. But yeah, first thing, get your emergency lighting. Go turn your bath on. If it's cold out, put hot water on. If it's hot out, put cold water on. If you're on a hot water on demand system, doesn't matter because it won't run hot water anyways. So just fill the tub. First thing, emergency lighting. Second thing, fill the tub with water. Third thing, if it's winter, emergency heating. Okay. Here's your 1, 2, 3 of when the power goes out. What am I talking about? I'm talking about lots of stuff. This chat is kind of morphing. Oh, fears. What was I talking about? My fears? Your guys' fears. What's your guys' biggest fears? Oh, okay. Karen, okay, I'm going to have to back up and look at what she said so that I can know what you're saying. Oh, all right, I'm going to have to scroll up and see that. Wait. Let me look. All right, well, I'm not going to do that right now. Screw that. Karen, that's the whole point. If you've got a hot water tank, then the water in the tank is hot, right? If it's winter time, it's cold out, you bring that hot water into your residence, and you can use that as heat and as a water source, right? Because if you leave that water in your tank, it will get cold and you will not be able to benefit from the heat from it. Okay? Thank you, Victory, for reminding me. All right, yeah. It's not really the question I want to ask. What is your biggest fear? Like, not what are you most afraid of, but what do you believe is most likely SHTF situation? Like, what will cause the, is it an EMP are you guys worried about? Or, are you guys worried about global food shortages or an asteroid or, aliens or the government turning against you? Why are you guys preparing? Are you preparing for a tornado or flooding? Why do you guys prepare? Fair enough, Victory. That's pretty intelligent because look what's ahead of us. Earthquake? Okay, well, wait a second. You're economic depression, earthquake, and economic. Okay, well, that's fair enough. What preps do you have in place to see to those? If you're preparing for that, how are you preparing for it? Yeah, okay, you're living on the crack. All right. Oh, cool. Victory. Cool. Yeah, Scrappy. Definitely. Always keep up. Yeah, good. Great point. That's okay, Karen. You can. It doesn't matter. I'm going to tell you this, Karen, and I'm going to tell this to everyone else. It doesn't matter how new you are to being prepared. Um, the good thing is that your mind is turned on. Okay, your mind is switched. The light bulb went on. Okay, so that's awesome. And as I was about to say, it doesn't matter how new you are to this. Anyone can learn something from you. Doesn't matter how long. You can have a very, very well seasoned prepper of 10 or 15 years or whatever. You and them cross paths and have a conversation. You may say something just a little bit of a different way than they might have thought about something before, and they take something in a bit of a different perspective, and they can learn something from you. You know, you may have a bit of a different skill set than other people have, which is why I promote sort of cross genre prepping. Like, I watch all kinds. I'm subscribed to all kinds, and very active on all kinds of channels, like homesteading channels, gardening channels, cooking channels, outdoor channels, survival channels, bow hunting channels, fishing channels, um, survivalist channels, because there's a cross, I'll call it a cross contamination. There's a cross contamination of information there. There's a lot of information that's shared between all of those genres of things, which is why I don't limit myself. You know, it helps me get the most information. Not to mention, like making great friendships and all that. But the knowledge to be gained from anyone, even who has just begun, is can be outstanding. Yeah, I'm not scrappy. That's why I can my a lot of stuff in my I can in pints. Yeah, the grid is vulnerable. Yep, it's easy to take down. It doesn't take a grid, an EMP to take the grid down. It takes a frickin' raccoon or a squirrel. You know what? We've had grid down situations up here. I've seen it in summer and winter, multiple times, from a variety of different reasons. Okay, one was an ice storm, one was a squirrel, another one was it was another ice storm actually. Yeah, so yeah, there's lots of ways it could happen, and the grid is definitely a vulnerable weak point. So that's a place to prepare for sure for if the grid goes down. And it's not saying an EMP or it's going to be a world war from China for with the EMP or anything like that. It could simply be a squirrel crossing one wire from the other and blowing out the entire eastern seaboard of the United States up into Quebec, which I have seen. So I've seen power outages in winter in Canada from ice storms because they took the whole power lines, the towers, and just twisted them, the ice storms. And I saw people in rural counties without power for months. months in winter. So if that's not shit hits the fan, just from rain, ice, the ice storm. Think. Yes, yes, Mr. Shadow, it most certainly would be. Night, Eric. Good, Karen. You know what, Karen? Go buy more. Serious, go buy more. Hmm. Well, Scrappy, yeah. Be prepared to host that number of people. Okay? Like if that's what you're doing there, what are you preparing for? That's my question here. What's your fear? What are you preparing for? How are you preparing? Night, Eric. Cool, yeah. That'd be interesting to see, Eric. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'll give you a shout out too on live channels or live chats or whatever. Yeah, yeah, let me know. So I ask you, all you guys, that question, and none of you know why I'm preparing or want to know what my reasoning is or whatever. You all got to be curious. Oh, easy, Victory. Tell us. It's not going to be that hard. It's going to be like pulling teeth. Oh, nice, Tony. All right. I'll let you guys have a go at it. Why do you guys think I prepare? Seriously, yeah. Let me go see a man about a horse. Answer that. Why do you guys think that I prepare? And when I come back, I'll tell you. I'll read the comments and I'll tell you why I prepare. Okay. And there's a lot of answers. There's not one answer. So, and there's no wrong answers either. Alright, who's been misbehaving? Well, hang on a second. Let me just catch up on the chat. Let's spell that. Yeah, Shadow. Yeah, you get more dependent on it for sure. Yeah. Yeah, well, we're all getting there, Tony. Yeah. That's all we can do, you know? Like, we do have a responsibility. And, you know, that's the best you can possibly exercise your personal responsibility right there. So great job, Tony. Yeah, learn something new every day for sure. That's a good answer, Shadow. That's a good answer. It's very general. Like it's not. I was looking sort of for something more specific. Like, are you preparing in case the grid goes down, or you know, something like that. Like what what are you preparing for? But that's a fantastic answer, and that's the answer everyone should have. Really, it's like insurance. Well, motivations sure can be political, but they can also come from very, very many other ways. Yeah, that's true for sure, Shadow. Absolutely. Yeah, we need to raise them up, Shadow, for sure. Yeah, it's you know what? As you know, if we're older, more knowledgeable ladies and gentlemen, it's our responsibility to pass on our knowledge to the younger generation. Whether they want to sit in front of a computer and learn nothing at all, or just watch YouTube, it is our responsibility to bring them into the next realm of time. So, you know, if they suck at it, it's because we failed to teach them. Okay? So, yes, it is our responsibility and duty to do so. Cool, Karen. Are you doing that for someone? You got people that can go forward to? Yeah, okay, Scrappy's getting to it here right now. Yeah, there's lots of different levels of prepping regarding stages of food storage for sure. For sure. Agreed. Agreed very strongly, Shadow. Agreed quite heartedly. All good points to cover, Scrappy. So there's a lot of talk on here about a lot of things. That's great. So here's the question. What's your fear? What's your biggest fear? Why do you prepare? What reason are you preparing? Is it an EMP? Is it a political failure and social crash and social disarray? Is it the next Great Depression? Like, what are you preparing for? What's your fear? I'll tell you what mine is. My biggest fear, which I've been witnessing coming for the last 2 years, is a food shortage. Before all this COVID started, and before any of the lockdowns and the panic shopping and any of all that started, 2 years before that, I saw food shortage coming. Well, that's just smart behavior, Shadow. Like, personally, if somebody doesn't have 2 weeks worth of food in their cupboard, I think you're a freaking idiot. What happens if you just get sick and can't go to work and you're home for a couple of weeks? You're going to need to eat and sustain your family or whatever, right? Scrappy, yes, it's to help my family. It's to help my kids, my family, my mag. Um, it's not just for that, but the reasons why I'm prepping is because, yeah, I fear a food shortage. I fear unrest. I feel breaks in the chains of supply and production are going to break down, as we've seen already take place. It doesn't take a freaking rocket science just to see that shit. So, yeah, it's for my family and friends, and it's because I can see it coming. You know, every 100 years or so, there's a depression. Every 100 years or so, there's some viral outbreak. Check it out. You don't believe me? Go look into history. I'm not going to tell you guys anything that's not true. Nice, Karen. Good. Good. Now, Karen, you got a generator? Make sure you got a place outside to store extra gas for it. Or is it a solar generator? Very interesting topic of conversation. Very interesting. Yeah, my biggest fear is like we are going into another Great Depression. You know, if you want to look at the numbers, have a look at them. It doesn't matter how fluffy any governmental body or figurehead tells you it's grand and rosy, and we can all sit around and eat fluff on our toast or pat themselves on the back for the number of jobs created, because the number of jobs created aren't jobs created. They're just jobs salvaged from the previous lockdown. They're putting out numbers. It's not the case, guys. It's just not the case. Good, Karen. Good. Um, you can extend the shelf life of that gasoline by adding fuel stabilizer to it as well. It's something you can do. All right, it's starting to get late. Like, it's freaking late. Actually, to be honest with you, it's getting early. I'm thinking about eggs or something now. But it was freaking awesome having everyone here in the chat tonight for this random pop-up live stream. I want to ask you guys, what did you do to prepare this week? What did you guys prep this week? If you bought any, even little instant noodle packs, noodle side dishes, whatever, to put into your pantry. What did you guys do to prepare? Like, aside from all the things that I did this week, I am still, at this point in time right now, dehydrating mushrooms. Victory Garden. Awesome. Teaching. There's the biggest prep ever. TP, yeah, got some. Yeah, that's a good prep. Foraging and keeping up on your foraging knowledge, absolutely. Awesome. Nice, Scrappy. Good. Yeah, that's good prep. Cool. Yeah, awesome, Tony. For sure. Emergency blankets. That's something a lot of people don't think about. I just got some last week as well. All right, well, get more practice, Victory. But that's a good prep. Very good. Oh, wait a second. Sorry, you said fireman carry. I thought you said firearm carry. Apologies, I misread that. Oh yeah, limp body. Yeah, that's heavy dead weight. Yeah, yeah. The fireman carry is definitely a specific carry. Is great to know to help someone, but yeah, the limp dead weight body is really tough to pick up off the ground. You got to do it in such a way, grab the arms and use your leverage and throw them over your shoulder like that. It's I've had training on that. You know what? That's a great point, Scrappy. Um, that's a really good point because that will help an awful lot of people. Yeah, you can make a shelter out of a blanket. Sure, you can. Scrappy, you know what? That's sort of one of the things I'm going to be doing with my channel is like, okay, we're all prepping and we're all getting all these beans and different type of beans and rice and canning things, putting it away in our pantry and buying all these canned goods and stuff like that. Well, I'm going to make I was going to say a series of, but it's probably going to be a never-ending series of videos of how to cook preps. So, yeah. And you know what? That prep right there, it's knowledge. So, yeah. Yeah, learning how to do depression cooking or cooking from your pantry. Absolutely. Yes. Night, Scrappy. Scrappy on your way out. All right, yeah. Take care, Scrappy. You brought up a great point. All right, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and let this run a couple minutes more. See what's going on. What more input you guys may have for this evening? To help any other bolster their preparedness mindset or knowledge. That's the key here. Look at my wingspan. I will destroy you. That's not true. You asking me that, Victory? First shortages, it was flour, yeast, and toilet paper. Didn't really experience any shortages of flour, yeast, toilet paper, and then canned meats, and then dried beans. Yeah, welding's a good skill for sure. Hey, no problem, Karen. Anytime. You know what? We're here to help and have a nice, healthy, intellectual, interactive discussion. about whatever aspect regarding prepping is that you have. And even if it's not about prepping, it doesn't matter about that. Pretty much everything is related to preparing, because preparing is about water, food, medical, and defense. So it's about life. It's about living. So, happy to share anything, and please join us again, so we can enjoy more intelligible discussions. You asking me about the civil unrest victory? Haven't seen it a whole lot up here. All right, okay. I asked a question earlier about the fears. What are you afraid of? Why? Da da da. Okay, let's look at things on a more unsupposed, from a more unsupposed aspect. Let's look at things from a supposed aspect. Well, what do you suppose you've seen happen in the past? Well, I suppose I've seen earthquakes take place. Earthquakes, okay. Check. What do you suppose you've seen? I suppose I've seen some tornadoes. Oh, tornadoes. Check. Right? I've seen food shortages. Check. Have you ever seen an EMP? Nope. Have you ever seen an asteroid strike the Earth and destroy it? Nope. Have you ever seen an alien invasion wipe out the planet? Nope. Okay. What have we seen? We've seen hurricanes. We've seen tornadoes. We've seen famine and depression, right? Earthquakes, yeah. All kinds of stuff. Most recently, a pandemic, right? So, you gotta kind of, when you're prepping, if you're specific purpose prepping for, it's going to be an EMP. I know it, and you plan only for an EMP. Well, good on you. You got your bases covered on an EMP, but maybe you forgot about water and food or stuff like that. So focused on one thing, the idea that makes you prep, that lets you forget about the taking a step back and looking at it and taking a general step toward it, right? You could be prepping for an atom bomb. An atom bomb has happened. Not on this side of the hemisphere in a long time, but it has happened, and I'm sure those folks were not prepared. So, gotta prepare for what's likely. What has happened. History repeats itself. Don't, I'm not saying don't, but I'm saying it's more realistic that we'll have a bad year for tomatoes next year than it is that next year we'll be invaded by space aliens. So, if you want to hedge your bets, go ahead and hedge your bets on the one that's most realistic to you. That's all I'm saying about that. Prepare for what's realistic. An EMP has never happened. Is there a lot of fear about the possibility of it could happening? Yep. That's because people are selling the fear. You know? Like, what's in your best interest? Well, you need water. Alright, so prep that. 3 days without water, you're toast. What's next? Food. 3 weeks without food, you're done. Oh, before that was 3 hours. 3 hours in poor shelter. Like in wintertime or whatever. Yeah, you're a meat popsicle. Right? So prepare for what's real. Food, water, shelter. Your mind. Your mind is your biggest tool. Right? So I'm sorry I haven't been watching the chat at all. Just been rambling. I apologize to anyone who's still here. Hard to believe. Yeah, fear is a control tool. Absolutely, Tony. Yep. Yeah. If anybody's preparing out there, prepare for the basic things. Food, water, shelter. You know, if you got all that looked after and you want to go throw money at EMP shields or Faraday cages or fancy radio systems or bushcraft knives that are going to be $300 or $400 a piece or whatever, knock yourselves out. Or if you got a ton of money, just go pay someone to tell. You can tell them what your needs are. Pay them to shop for all of it, and then it'll all just arrive at your house. And then you'll be good. You'll be prepped and ready and finished, and you don't have to do any more. That's not the game. That's not what prepping is. Prepping is the long haul. Right? So yes, Shadow. Agreed. Shadow, that is true. Can I ask you that? When is the last time that took place? I can mention to you a time and place 100 years ago where there was a food shortage. 1859, okay. All right, so we're talking 160 years or whatever ago. Yeah, 3 minutes without oxygen, you're toasty. Okay, Karen. Yeah, you got to think about your probability basis. Now, what have we seen in the last 100 years? We have seen a food shortage. All right. Okay. Um, well, shit, we just saw one with the lockdowns, you know? Between the Great Depression and that, okay, there's two instances that I've seen food shortage. No, I was not alive in the 20s, the Great Depressions, when there was food shortages then. However, it's within rememberable lifetime. Mine is also included in that. Why are there food shortages? Hang on a second. Screw why are there food shortages. There are food shortages. Screw that. You know, I'm not a religious man. I'm not a religious man. I am strongly opposed to organized religion. However, I am a spiritual man. I don't read the Bible a lot, but I know some things about it. One of the things is said, it's not one of the things, 87 things that are said in the Bible, 87 things say a comment about famine or food shortages. All right? So that's some documentation that goes way back. All right? Take it for what you want. You know? I think it's welcome back, Karen. I think it's prudent to look at all information sources possible. You don't want to look at it, that's okay. Doesn't bother me. I personally haven't read it either. It was a reference from a friend. However, I fact checked. It's true. So, put some food back. Oh, that's interesting information, Shadow. Thank you. It's not cool, but it's interesting information. Yeah. You know what? We can share out information here, even if it sucks. But especially if it does suck sometimes, it's worth sharing. Right? That's the thing about these kind of comms. Speaking of comms, I'll be getting into that over the winter. Yeah, food is short, control of people. Yeah. This is a pretty good live chat tonight. What's everyone got planned for tomorrow? Or, I guess in some cases, later today. I have a lot to do, but there's something on my agenda that I want to do. I want to go out and do something good for some other person. And I don't even care if I know them or not. You know? I want to go out and do one good act tomorrow. I tried to do one tonight, but it was an online thing and I couldn't do it. And couldn't figure out how to help. So It's still going to be on my agenda for the weekend. All right, Shadow. Well, you know what? Once you got all that done, if you're still, fervent when you're reading, read something stimulating that teaches you something. Or if you're in a relaxed mode, yeah, just take a relaxed book and chill. Johnny, no kidding. Johnny, I'm just trying to go to bed. What's going on, man? How you doing? It's all happening all at once, Johnny. Everything. It's all smashed together right here. We were just talking about prepping and why we prep and like what for and who for and what are your fears and all that kind of stuff. What's going on, Johnny? What are you up to? Did you go fishing? If anyone doesn't know Johnny Harper, he's down in Hawaii. Tell him hello. He loves fishing. He's a great guy. He's like uh, chef material and knows wicked awesome amounts of stuff about gardening and stuff like that. Tell Johnny a nice hello. He's a great guy. And he's always got a wicked awesome smile on his face. Just a great big huge smile. I see him on live chats all the time, and he's in there. He's got a smile on. I say, Johnny, pay you $5, you can't stop smiling, and he just smiles harder. He's wicked. Schnitzel's nice, Johnny. Serve that with lemon, or you put a sauce on it, or yeah, Johnny's totally chef class material. Lemon sauce or gravy or tomato sauce? Would you? How do you enjoy the schnitzel? Sometimes I like it bare, just with salt and pepper, and I'll hang on to it with my hand and eat it. After I got it pounded out and fried. That's a true taste test, right? You got to eat it that way in the kitchen. And then you got to do the sauce too if it's a lemon thing or whatever. Classic poutine, schnitzel poutine. Um, Check this out, Victory. All right, I make my own pea meal bacon. Sometimes I'll chop some of it up and I'll make a pea meal and mushroom fried rice, and it's freaking retarded. Pea meal and mushroom fried rice. I shit you not. Capers, mustard, fresh lemon, potato wedges with fresh anchovies. Yeah, that's pretty classic, Johnny. Very nice. Yep, yep. That's nice flavor profile right there. Yeah, hell yes, Victory. Totally serious. I went to culinary school as well. If anyone doesn't know. Um, Night, Karen. Stay well and safe. Great to see you in the chat. But yeah, no, like I know cooking too. I know my way around it. I owned a restaurant, a catering business, and you know, I went to school because I love to cook. Uh, Now I run into this freak named Johnny Harper down in Hawaii, who's just a freaking happy cooking nut bar fishing guy, and he's great. He's awesome, and we bounce stuff off each other all the time. Yeah, yeah. He'll leave a note tucked in a tree. Yeah, we've moved on a bit, and you know what, Tony, that's exactly what I'm doing this winter. Sort of the gardening season takes a downturn, and we're going into our winter up here, so there'll be no garden and stuff like that. Like I'll still keep doing my preps and cooking and stuff like that, but yeah, I'm just starting to bump my techie game, obviously, because I now have a crazy long live stream, or a couple of them already. That's part of getting my tech game bumped up. So I'm going to keep doing that. And hopefully, one of my goals is learn more about my camera so that I can make better videos for you guys. And, just pursue it a little bit more. Excuse me, to make things better, right? Oh, heck, Victory. Well, my folks are okay. So I'm down near the city. Like I'm an hour east of Toronto, so I'm still kind of on the edge of the city, but I can drive 2 minutes and find cornfields and stuff like that, or drive 2 minutes and find Lake Ontario. But my folks are a couple hours north of me, so we don't get to see each other as much as would be practical. Because for me to go see them to have lunch, it's 2 hours drive there, 2 hours drive back. You know, no matter how much time we take to prepare lunch or dinner, it takes a full day just to go see them to have lunch or dinner. So it sucks being that far away. Uh, I could tell you more, and you'll learn more over time. I just can't. Yeah, I'm gonna have a worm recipe, but uh, gummy worms. Oh, that kind of worm. Yeah, absolutely. Ask Johnny, and Johnny, feel free to answer any freaking questions anybody's got here. Yeah, Johnny's got carte blanche. Well, you know what, Tony? You're doing it. So it's not that strange. It takes some getting used to. And I'm totally going to go out of my comfort zone learning all this techie stuff here over the winter. So I hear you on that. It's strange, puts you out of your comfort zone. But it also promotes growth, right? So I I encourage it. Hey Johnny, old gray tree's name is Tony. He's a wicked awesome old biker dude. Tony, my bud, from over in the England. Love the guy. Him and his wife just had their 40th wedding anniversary. Like, you believe that? If anybody doesn't have hands for that, that's freaking awesome, right? Yeah, I got the classics for sure, Johnny. The problem with me is, though, is I'm not practiced in the last. I've been doing construction for like 15 years, right? So, like, I learned it and did it, but I just don't have it's not current, right? 13-year, Johnny. Awesome, congratulations. Yeah, Tony's the guy we can learn some lessons from for sure. He's got a bunch of knowledge there that's like waiting to be passed down to us who are willing to listen and stuff like that, right? Um, Johnny, okay, when old gray tree says blue spanner, spanner means wrench. Like he's English, and the English call wrenches spanners. Uh, well, I'll answer that question for you, Tony. Um, he's lit up in blue because he's a moderator on my channel. So what that means is that Johnny Harper has certain abilities that other viewers in the chat don't have. He has like special powers. If there's someone in here being a dick, Johnny can go get that guy and he can like boot him out of the chat, right? So I gave him a wrench, so he's like here to help me out, right? Not to mention, I like the heck out of Johnny. I see him on other chats all the time, and he's great. And he and I get along great right from the get off. It was freaking crazy how good we got along. So, anyways, I made him a moderator. Um, yeah, Johnny. Well, hey, I'm here to bridge the gap, right? So, it's all good. Look, Hawaii just met England. How freaking awesome is that? Right? Hard to kill. Well, that's a good thing, Tony. I'm glad you're still with us. I don't know who that question was for, Victory. You're still with us, Tony. So it's cool. Steven Seagal. Johnny, slide me a bucket. Blah! All right, then re-ask the question, please. Victory? Or how am I in daily life about being prepared? Hang on a second. Let me scroll up. I can see that again. You don't have to ask it again. Let me just see it. Are you candid and closed or loud and open? I'm actually very candid about it, and unless it comes to the preparedness community, I don't share that out a lot. However, I do like I don't broadcast it, but I do suggest to people that might be a good idea. Like saw this time last year, some shortages on this and shortages on that. Might repeat itself because like I kind of nudge people along. I'm not the guy that's out there saying the second wave is coming. You need to go buy everything you need right now. I'm not that guy out there shouting it out. I am saying it, but I'm not out there broadcasting it. So, if that answers your question, well, there you go. What am I doing up at this time, Bettina? It's Johnny's fault. You ask him. He's right down there. What are you doing looking at YouTube this evening at this time? Oh, never mind. It's Johnny's fault. We can just boil it down to being Johnny's fault. He's young enough, he can take it. He can take it enough for Tony, for you, for me. Yeah, Victory. Yeah. Either that, Victory, or I'll prep for them and just not let them know that I'm doing that. Like, for example, my parents. I just buy a whole bunch of food and show up at their place, start unloading it. My dad's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Well, I just got some things to bring inside." And then the next trip, he's like, "What are you doing?" Like, "Well, I've just got some more things to bring inside." And then the next trip back out to the car, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I've just got some more things to bring inside." You know? He gets frustrated with seeing all of it come inside because it makes him feel like I think he's not doing his job as a man, is what I think. So he gets a little put off by me bringing stuff, but you know, I'll hang back on that a little bit and give him time to marinate on that and realize the idea that I'm just trying to help them not go to the grocery store just one time, if that can be if I can do that, if I can just prevent them from going to the grocery store one time. I don't care how much money it costs to put food in their pantry. If it prevents them from going to the grocery store one time, so that they don't get the COVID, all worth it. I'll take all the chastity that Pops gives me or whatever. No, it didn't affect the relationship at all. Yeah, yeah, Johnny. Yeah. Well, Victor, he sees that when I cook him dinner. You know, I go in and I make. Last time I went to my folks' place, I made them handmade pasta with smoked chicken and mushroom ravioli in a beef and mushroom gravy sauce. So he sees it when I cook, you know. So, but I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Yep, true say, Tony. It's all we can do. Yeah, I gotta be happy to make it in for sure. Well, Victory, my folks kind of grew up as farmers, and so we always had a basement full of pickles. Like there was shelves lining the basements. They were full of pickles and beets, and you know, mustard pickles and bread and butter pickles, dill pickles, all kinds of things like that. There's always a couple of freezers down in the basement full of like beef and vegetables and and pig and stuff like that. But so my folks are kind of prepper minded, but they're getting older, so their needs are getting smaller. You know what I mean? They don't need a whole chest freezer full of beef. Like we don't need to go out and kill a cow type of deal to put in the freezer because they just don't eat that much beef anymore. So the little chest freezer on top of their fridge is good for them. So, so when I bring a couple of pea meals over there, it's like it's like wow, I brought 2 roasted pea meal. They're like, oh my god, where are we gonna put it? It's like, well, just move the ice cream over, ma. you know, they're a good size, but they don't take up that much space. It's kind of funny. Who, me, Johnny? Tomatoes is great. I just pulled in the cannabis, actually. To be honest with you, brother, I brought it in tonight. It's hanging in the kitchen, drying in front of a fan, so I'm not going to have a correct measurement on that for like a week. But I'll keep you posted. It was supposed to be wicked cold up here tonight, so like frost, killing frost type deal. So I thought I'd get that out of the garden, but yeah, I still got tomatoes and peppers out there, chard. Tomatoes are my biggest producer so far. The potatoes did all right, not as well as I would have liked, but I'm happy with that. So I'll do them again, but I'm going to change up how I do. Okay. What about you, Johnny? Okay, you're down there in Hawaii. What was your best garden producer this year, this sort of summer growing season? Potato, potato, tomato, tomato. Depends whose vid you're watching, Johnny. Were her potatoes nuts? She had a potato like the size of her head. Whatever she's doing for potatoes, follow that. Like if you got a space to put it wherever she put it, do that. Your victory. Yes and yes. Bitter melon, huh, Johnny? Cool. What? It just loved the sun and the humidity and the heat and just went nuts for you. Okay, Shadow. It was very nice to have you inside the chat here. Thank you so much for joining. Great input and yeah, great interaction there. Thank you. Stay well and safe, okay? Until next time, Shadow. Yeah, we'll talk to you again. Okra went nuts. Cool. Yeah, I got folks in the south. You know, they got smashed by a hurricane, and half their okra, like whole top, got knocked off them. But okra's still going for them, so that's kind of nice. You know, the blessing and you know, within all of this. Yeah, you know what? Same family had a hurricane in the spring. No, yeah, it was in late spring, early summer. And the top got knocked off of their pecan tree. So, like, they're getting beaten up hard down there. Louisiana, right? Sort of a few miles out of Lake Charles, just getting beaten hard, you know. But they're doing well. They're, you know, they've missed sort of the brunt, but still damaging for them, you know. Yeah, it sure did, Johnny. Yeah. But, you know, like sending prayers helps. Seems to have helped. So, um, they got kind of missed, you know, as far as the storm goes. Funny you should say that, Victory. I was talking to Brett tonight down at Broussard Homestead. He's down and he's a firefighter down just outside of Lake Charles. And you know, Broussard Homestead, like they're friends of mine. I got talking to Brett tonight, and he was talking about he was making dinner, and he was making venison pot pie with cornbread. Picture that, Johnny. Like, should I send the red wine over to braise it in first? You know? Yeah, Johnny, but it's kind of funny, to be honest with you. Yeah. Brett was lamenting a little bit. He didn't get a gumbo. As soon as he said gumbo, I was thinking, like, yeah, wow, would love a bowl of gumbo right now. But no, it's pretty funny. They still eat. They still ate real well. All their chickens and livestock are good. And yeah, no kidding, Johnny. What's the racial feeling like up here? Um, Victory Gardner, you're asking me what's the racial feeling like up here? Um, well, I guess it depends who you can get close enough to with this 6 foot distancing. I can't get near to anybody. You know what? Seeing as you're asking me, like to me, I don't. I don't really see color when I look at people. You know. You know what, Victory? There was a time when that was the case, and I guess it would depend upon like which urban areas you go. But I mean, like most of the places that I go, most of the public places that I go, I'm just kind of a person there. I don't really like keep score as to whether I'm the minority or who's the minority or anything like that. But it's just a blend of people who are working through our daily lives. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like I mean, you know, I've I've got friends that are of color, and like we have dinner all the time, and I've dated girls that aren't the same color as me, and like it's just to me it's like a non-issue. It's like a push, you know. I don't. I don't really do the color card because people are people, right? So First Nation, you know what? One of my best friends in my life, who I buried 10 years ago, was Native American, Native North American. From Bear Island, Tamagami, Bear Island clan, to be honest. So, like, I've got no problem with natives or people from anywhere. Yeah, because I'm too busy to think about that. Like, I'll see a person, and if he's a native and he's a dick, I'll say, hey, you're a dick. But if I see a guy and he's white and he's a dick, I'll say, hey, you're a dick. I'm not saying, hey, you're a white dick or you're a black dick or you're a red dick. You're either cool or you're not. I don't have time to fucking discern from what color you are, because I could give a flying fuck either way. Right? It's a waste of my time trying to think about it. Oh, in terms of clashes with the Mounties. Well, all right. I will say there is a political agenda happening there. However, I don't understand it. Therefore, I'm not able to intelligibly comment on it. And in one way, I support both sides. So, again, it's kind of a push, you know? Like, I understand what they're attempting to do with their bring the attention that way, but again, you know, on the other side of it, it's a complete disruption in the country's travel and shipping, right? So maybe that was a good place to hit. Very, very strategic. So, I mean, kudos on that level to those who are trying to cause it. But, and I also support their cause. Do I support how they're doing it? Maybe not so much, but, you know, very, very effective. Yeah, Tony. Exactly, Johnny. Yeah, I just don't have the time to think about that because I'm more concerned with something else, you know? Like, it doesn't even matter. No, there's no clashing. Well, you know what? There's always been clashing. But as far as, is there an uprising and a clashing? No. So it's hella prepper topic. Um, I'm not sure what you mean. Exactly, Tony. You see, like to me, victory, what you asked me, wasn't even a question. Wouldn't have given it a second thought. But my very good friend, the old gray tree there, Tony, from over in England, suggests it's a non-issue. It's not even worth thinking about, right? He's right. They want us fighting amongst ourselves, you know, not thinking about the real issue, which is why that whole race game is still fueled, right? We're not a bunch of different races. We're the human race, right? And as soon as we realize that, we'll be able to see through all the bullshit the government's trying to drag us through, right? We just need to clear our eyes from that and have a good non-blind look and see what our governments are doing, right? Governments using the media, this and that, to fuel these race issues. Because to me, it's like I said, it's a non-frickin'. I could care less. All right, just within this house, upstairs, in the front. Good buddy of mine. Have him down here all the time. We swap beers out in the driveway. He's half white. Oh my God, he's of color. Oh my God, he's half white. You know? Who gives a crap? We hang out well. We swap beers. Make a barbecue, sip at the fire, dinner, whatever. It's good. Hey, wait a second. Right in the same house just above me, the apartment. There's another gentleman, a younger gentleman who lives up there. He happens to have skin that's not the same color as mine either. And, you know, I can't really tell if he's Oriental or Inuit or Native North American or whichever, and I don't really care. But one day, the not entirely white guy who lives up in the front, and this guy who's doesn't have white skin, and myself were stood in the backyard one day, and we got to talking. And the guy that lives above me, who doesn't have white skin, was saying, "Well, what have you ever thought of? What nationality I am?" And I just said, "Well, no." Well, and then he pushed it. He said, "If you had to guess, what nationality would you think I am?" And then I said, like, I don't know, Oriental or maybe like Inuit. Not that it matters, because I never really thought to ask that question first. He did, you know? He's just Ray, you know? And the guy that lives upstairs in front of him, that's just Aaron. You know? People and names don't come with color for me. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't do the color card at all. You can't get me to play it. It's just not in me, you know? Like, my. You want to talk about you want to talk about color and stuff like that? Okay. Let's have a conversation about color and stuff like that. And we'll talk about the beginning and the end of it. All right? Back in the day, when our grandparents were children, up here in Canada, you know, when people had metal collars around other people down in the States, and they were looking for a place to get away. All right. My ancestors were the tail end of the railroad. Okay. The tail end of it. We were Starnex to make sure that happened. So you don't know anything about it? Go do some detailed history and research about the tail end of the railroad here in Ontario. Okay. Okay, you know what? I'm going to address this right now. Victory. All right. BLM, man. Don't tell me color isn't in play. Okay, hang on a second. First of all, there's two things I'm going to say about BLM. First of all, I'm going to say Black Lives Matter. Second thing I'm going to say is BLM doesn't have a thing to do with Black Lives Matter. So it's not even the same frickin' topic. You know, all lives matter. It's not BLM isn't fucking Black Lives Matter. Night, Bettina. Yeah, swap spoons at dinner, exactly. BLM, Black Lives Matter. Yes, they do. BLM isn't about Black Lives Matter. It's about something different, so. You know, are you trying to check my ones and zeros, or? Because I'm well grounded. And my roots are deep. So, you know, I'm good here. Do you know what? Victory, it's only playing the race card every time somebody brings it up. And I didn't bring it up. Hey, Julie. It is about prepping. Pancake mix. Dang, I gotta make pancake mix because I've got fresh Canadian maple syrup to put on it. Well, that's kind of how it is here, Victory. It's a non-issue, really. It's a non-issue. People are people. If you're a dick, you're a dick. If you're good, you're good. You know. Oh dang, Johnny. Yeah, yeah. Crepes with thyme, butter, and salt. Mmm. Oh, a bit of cream cheese. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, it's a non-issue here, Victory. And to be honest with you, obviously you can see my reaction. It kind of works me up when people ask me about it because it is a non-issue. You know, my buddy that upstairs that looks like an Oriental or an Inuit asked me, "Well, what do you think I am?" It's like, well, I don't know. I think you're Ray. You know, I never thought about it. But yeah, it's a push. It's a non-issue. So that's pretty much how it is up here, at least as far as in the environment that I know. So I don't know how it is where you are. Like I hope it's the same. It's like I honestly hope that. No kidding, Johnny. Like we could have been talking about something more productive, right? Exactly. Yeah. It's a total distraction, and the media fuels it. Am I incorporating denial? Johnny, can you undelete those messages? I'd like to address them. Any way that could happen? Or it's okay if you gave him the boots, that's fine. But area denial. Okay, Johnny, just let it hang for a second, because I kind of want to field that shit. Because it's real. Like, it's a fucking distraction for sure. But area denial. My area does not deny anything. To be honest with you, you know what? I'm kind of a white man in a red man's territory, so, like, you know, if anything, I don't have to deny, I have to admit, you know? What happens if the city moves? Well, I don't know. Like, well, Toronto? Personally, Toronto can piss off. I don't like the city. I'm not a fan of it. Never have been. And I'm right around the Great Lakes. There's a ton of nuke plants. I'd rather be elsewhere. What happens if the city moves? I wish the city would move. Like, you know, somewhere southwest of me. Like out into the ocean somewhere. What would happen if the city moved? If the city moved, I would applaud. Well, I'm on the edge of it. Like, I'm next to cornfields. So, I mean, I would go seek more cornfields or forest. And to be honest with you, the city is encroaching this way as well. Exodus. It's not an exodus. It's a massive expansion of the city. Yeah, that's for sure, Johnny. And I mean, you know, if you don't think I don't have 5 different bug out locations to go to, I'm not talking to you, Johnny, but I'm talking in general. If you don't think I have at least 5 locations to go to, like, I mean, if you don't have 5 locations to go to, you know, maybe you better bolster up, right? So how's the black population down where you are? Victory, like, does it affect you hard? And, you know, does it really put a bee in your bonnet? And if your city goes to nuts, where are you gonna go? You all right? You good? You okay with all that? What if a whole bunch of Chinese came in? What if it's all blacks and you're the minority? You okay? Doesn't bug you? Does it bug you? You okay with it? This is starting to bore me. Yeah, no kidding, Johnny. Who's got the time of day to think about frickin' color problems? You're a goose? Yeah, there are much bigger problems to think about than color. So, um, I'll go ahead and thank everyone in advance for not wasting my time in the future with a color card. Please and thank you. Just know my mind. It's not a frickin' issue. Like, look at this piece of art here. It's a Haitian man playing a drum in front of a fire with a bunch of Haitian women dancing around him. Okay? So, do me the favor of never bringing that card up again, because it's not only a waste of your time, but it's a waste of my time and the time of everyone else on the panel. You know? So, lose that issue, because it takes too much of this and this away from you. You know, holding on to that issue is a loss to you and everyone else you talk to. Oh, that was a great yard sale find, Johnny. I'll tell you that. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's only happening in America because people bring it up and acknowledge it. If it was just dismissed by everyone, it would be a non-issue. So, you know, like, lose it. Don't mention it, and it's a non-issue. With that, everyone, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and I think I'm going to wind this down. That was way more than I was in for this evening. Just questioning the whole issue is a distraction. Yeah, it's a non-question. But anyways, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end this, guys. Hope everyone stays well and safe. Has a great weekend. So this is going to be North. Out for now.